Well, welcome everybody after that beautiful national anthem to the 2024 Stock Show. We're getting started with our Angus show here in the North Show Ring. In the ring at this time is class number 1 of bulls. We have an entry 3,000 from Brittany Danielle Creamer of Montrose, Colorado. This is the single entry within this class. And getting set to get underway in the South Show Ring for today's events will be the Shorthorn plus Bull Show. We're starting with class number 1. These are going to be late spring bull calves. We will have entry 4602 from Tyler DeGroot of Edgerton, Minnesota.
Well, good morning on the Angus side, and I jumped ahead of Todd over there. It's going to be a good day, and certainly excited about Chuck and I being here for the Angus show today. And again, it's going to be fun judging with a good friend of mine on the other side, Todd. And we're off to a really good start. This is a nice bull calf as we get started. Really like him in terms of his body, his rib shape. He's nice enough up through his front 1/3. He's good enough in terms of the way he goes. And he got some pure muscle, I guess, when you look at him from behind. So we'll see him back out here a little bit later. But a nice calf. Congratulations to this exhibitor.
Well, good morning as well. It's a pleasure for me to be here at the National Western to go evaluate your Shorthorn cattle today, and what a way to start out this show with this June bull calf, a calf that you really appreciate how youthful this calf looks. A big future in front of this calf, extremely sound as you watch him go around the ring, just enough shape in him that it balances him up extremely well. Good body kind of calf, like I said, a real big future in front of this class winner and division champion.
Your results for the Shorthorn plus Bull Show in class number 1. Entry 4602, first place, Tyler DeGroot. That is the only bull within the class and the only class within the division, so becoming your champion late spring bull calf. Coming in the ring at this time for your Shorthorn plus Bull Show, class number 4 in the program, we have a single entry in class 4. Entry 4638 from 5J Farms LLC from Only Springs, Colorado. Over in your Angus show, your results from class number 1. In first place, entry 3000 from Brittany Danielle Creamer of Montrose. In the ring at this time for the Angus show is going to be class number 2. That is entry 3002 from Shiloh Billman of Blackfoot, Idaho.
Another single entry here in the Shorthorns, a March calf. You look at the data on this calf, you're really impressed with the lack of birth weight in him. He's negative in that regard. A really impressive set of numbers all the way across the board when you look at how that stacks up to the breed average. And then you look at the calf, a real extended kind of bull calf out here, one that you really like the overall length of spine, length of body, a calf that looks like he's got a tremendous amount of grow to him left, but a good body kind of calf as well. And you get him in motion, he can go ahead and hit his stride. Very flexible as you watch that one move.
Well, over on the Angus side, and another single entry and a good bull, and this young lady's doing an awfully good job with him. Again, you like his body, you like his depth, the spring that he has to his rib. He's a calf that has some muscle to him from behind. We'll see him back out here for division here in just a little bit and make a few more comments, but my congratulations, young lady.
Within your Angus show, your results from class number 2. First place goes to entry 3002 from Shiloh Billman. We'll now bring back into the ring our classes winners from classes 1 and 2 for our judge to select your summer bull calf in the champion and reserve champion categories. Over in your Shorthorn plus Bull Show, in the ring at this time is now class number 7. These are junior bull calves. We have 2 entries in class number 7. Entry 4620 from Gilman Shorthorns of Stewart, Iowa, and entry 4640 from Kane Agerter from Seward, Nebraska. These are the 2 entries within Class 7. This is the only class within the division, so first and second within this class will become your champion and reserve champion junior bull calves.
Well, over on the Angus side, as we get prepared to pick this first division, if you don't mind, and I'm going to ask you quite kindly throughout the day to put your hands together and show these exhibitors a nice round of applause, if you don't mind. You know, they certainly put in the hard work and the dedication to get these cattle here, and they certainly deserve your attention as well as Chuck and I's. And we're very impressed with the 2 bulls that we have out here, and some differences in their kind and the design, if you will. And just briefly to touch on that, the bull that comes out of the first class is really nice in terms of his center body, in terms of his muscle and his thickness. He's good down through his top. He's certainly big enough boned, I guess, for us, and he still lays into his shoulder quite nicely. He's a bull that for us today, for Chuck and I, we see him to be just a little sounder on both ends of his skeleton when we compare him with the bull behind, and we like this bull quite a little bit. The bull that comes out of the second class, again, is one that you like in terms of his pattern. He's very eye-striking, if you will. He's a bull that's got some body and some depth and some shape to him. If we were to change him, we'd just like to see him just handle himself a little freer, a little easier off of both ends of his skeleton. He wants to kind of go out and wing out a little bit up through his front end, but that's being critical. An awfully nice calf. And as you can kind of see where we're going to use the bull in the win the first class to win this division, followed by the young lady to be reserved. Congratulations.
We got a early spring bull calf class and division as well here in the Shorthorns, and 2 really unique kind of bulls out here. I ended up going with this white bull to win this division and class. A bull that to me is just a little more extended kind of bull from one end to the other. He's got a little bit more future look to him as far as his skeleton and the extension. A calf that's really stout-legged, big bone kind of bull. He's got some muscle in him. He's just a really good doing kind of bull from his appearance out here. Real attractive red bull that ends up reserve in this division. Just a little bit shorter bodied, not quite as good in his chest. A bull that you like the way that one moves when you get in behind him. He hits really straight and square. Maybe get a little more cushion to that pastern as you watch that one. Good out and travel, but really a nice look to that one that ends up being reserve in this particular division.
Your results within your Angus show, your champion summer bull calf goes to entry 3000 from Brittany Danielle Kramer of Montrose. Your reserve goes We just had our junior bull calf division champion and reserve champion crowned. Your champion, entry 4640 from Kane Egerter, and your reserve is entry 4620 from Gilman Shorthorns. In the ring for your Shorthorn show is now class number 10. We have entry 4634 from 5J Farms LLC.
Well, over on the Angus side is another single entry April calf out here, and again one that could easily have seen some competition. This is really a nice calf, a calf that's got some muscle from behind as you view him, a calf that's good and strong down through his top. I like his belly line in terms of his rib shape, and a bull that's clean enough up through his front end and through his joints. Really a nice calf, again, that we'll see out here for division here a little bit later. Congratulations.
We got a really nice single entry spring yearling bull in this division as well, and you look at the data that's attached to him, you really appreciate the birth weight in this particular bull. He's just right around breed average as far as growth and on down through his numbers as well, but a real good soft made kind of bull, just a really functional kind of bull. You like the amount of muscle that this bull exhibits out here. He's really good in his top and out through his hip. He's really level in that regard. A bull that is just looks like he's just a real easy doing kind of bull that converts very, very well. My compliments to this exhibitor.
Results within your Shorthorn Plus Bull Show. From Class 10, first place, entry 4634 from 5J Farms LLC. That was the only entry within the class and the only class within the division. So 5J Farms LLC becomes your champion junior bull. In the ring at this time will now be Class 13. This will be a class of 2-year-old bulls. We have a single entry in this Class 13, 4585 from Sarah Britton of Custer, Ohio.
Over on the Angus side, another single entry March calf in this particular class. And again, a nice bull, a bull that has some shape to him. You like the center portion of his body. You like him through his head, neck, and shoulder. He's very flat about his shoulder. A bull that gets off in terms of his front end placement very, very nicely. If we were to change him just a little bitty bit, we'd probably like to see him a little straighter in terms of his hind leg. Again, but that's nitpicking on a bull that's got a lot of good to him. Our congratulations to this gentleman for a really nice March calf.
Within your Angus show, your results for class number 4, which was just in the ring. First place goes to entry 3018 from Tyler Bush of Britton, South Dakota. Coming up into the ring for your Angus show will be now class number 5. This class consists of entries 3026 from Kinsley Bremer, entry 3027 from Rockin' W Angus, entry 3028 from HR Star Cattle Company and P Ranch, and then finally entry 3029 from DLX LLC. This completes class number 5.
Boy, a really nice way to end up here in the Shorthorn Plus Bull Show. A big old stout 2-year-old like this to be senior champion. You look at the numbers that attach to this bull, you're really impressed with the low birth and the high growth that goes along with this bull. And then you look at him phenotypically, a really excellent kind of made bull. He's really attractive out here from a profile standpoint. He's got some muscle in him. He's got some top in him. Looks like he's going to sire some really good doing kind of calves with the amount of bone work that's underneath that one. You know, you like to see that bull just get out and go. He's just kind of dogging around out here, and it'd be interesting to see him back out here for when we pick a champion. But my compliments go out to this exhibitor. It's really impressive 2-year-old we've got here.
Your results for class 13 within your Shorthorn Plus Bull Show. In first place and your champion senior bull, entry 4585 from Sarah Britton. At this time, we will now bring back our division winners from each category, and we will have our judge select our champion and reserve champion Shorthorn Plus Bull. Since we got a little bit of time here, we'll introduce our Shorthorn Plus Bull Show judge. Our judge is Mr. Todd Herman. Todd grew up on a diversified livestock and grain operation. He is a graduate of Michigan State University. Todd is a third-generation Hereford breeder. Todd, along with his wife Kim, continue to raise Hereford cattle. Todd and Kim live in Lima, Ohio, where Todd is the cow herd manager at Jones Show Cattle. Todd has judged numerous shows throughout the United States and Canada. We appreciate our judge for this year's Shorthorn Plus show, Mr. Todd Herman. Over in our Angus show, we will introduce our judges. Our main judge is Donnie Robertson from Yukon, Oklahoma. He was born and raised in Lexington, Kentucky. For the over 25 years, he has been employed by Express Ranches of Yukon, one of the beef industry's largest sources of seed stock bulls and females. Robertson is currently the Vice President of Marketing at Express Ranches. He has judged numerous shows across the country, including the National Western Stock Show, the North American International Livestock Expo, the American Royal, the Fort Worth Stock Show, the Houston Livestock Show, and the National Junior Shorthorn Show. In addition to his career in judging, he has attributed numerous things to 4-H and FFA. Please welcome Donnie Robertson as he sorts the ROV Angus show this morning.
All right, we're going to pick a champion Shorthorn Plus bull here, and didn't have a lot of numbers, obviously, out here in this show, but boy, we didn't lack on quality. You look at these calves down here, the future look that they have to them, the growth that they exhibit out here, the numbers that are attached to some of these bulls are really, really impressive. I'm not going to go through and critique each one of these things, but, you know, as you go down through here and look at these older bulls, you know, they've got some masculinity to them, they've got some durability to them, they're really good in the center part of their body. You can see that they've done extremely well to this point, and by looking at them, you can sure see what they can do, or what they ought to be able to do as far as the progeny that these things can sire. So, I mean, they've got some bone work underneath them, and that's very, very important. So, just a real impressive Shorthorn Plus bull show. Give these exhibitors a nice round of applause, and I'll show you how I like them.
Well, over on the Angus side, and a really a nice class of bulls, and I think Chuck and I both would congratulate each and every one of these exhibitors on bringing a really nice set of bulls. Kind of hit a buzzsaw up here on this front end, and this is one that certainly has a lot of quality about him. He's big in terms of his body. He's good down through his top. He's a bull that is good in terms of his muscle when you get behind him. He gets around the ring and travels quite nicely. Just a powerhouse, I guess, in our opinion. Yeah, you might say he's got a little bit of shoulder on him, but again, that's a bull that when you get behind him, he's big in terms of his muscle, and one that we like quite well. A little closer placing in second and third. We decided to go with a bull that's probably a little bit longer in terms of his side. He's a bull that certainly is adequate in terms of his body and his depth and his spring of rib. We read him to have just a nickel bit more muscle in terms of how he looks from behind, and a bull that gets out and travels quite well again. Really a good bull that comes in third, and if we were to change him only to make him more competitive within this class, we'd like to see more bull, I guess, in him. We'd like to see him a little deeper in terms of his body, but again, a very sound bull, a very flexible made bull, and one that, again, is awfully good. Young lady's bull that comes in next, really a nice calf. A calf, again, has got some body to him, maybe not quite the overall muscle, but I guess where we would criticize him in comparisons with the front runners, we'd just like to see him handle both ends of his skeleton a little better. We'd like to free him up in terms of his movement to place any higher in the class today. But a good class to get as we get this bull show underway. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
Your results from the Shorthorn Plus Bull Show. Your Grand Champion Shorthorn Plus Bull goes to entry 4640 from Kane Agerter. Your Reserve Grand Champion Shorthorn Plus Bull is entry 4585 from Sarah Britton. Within our Shorthorn show, we will be pausing for picture break, and then we will get started with our next class, which will be class number 1 of late spring heifer calves. Back over to our Angus. In the ring at this time is now going to be class number 6. Class number 6 consists of entries 3031 from Clifford & Sons Bush, 3299 from Justamere Ranch Ltd, 3035 from Dawson Greg Johnson, and entry 3300 from Justamere Ranch Limited. This consists of class number 6. Your results for class number 5: in 4th place, entry 3026 from Kinsley Bremer. 3rd place, entry 3029 from the DLX LLC. 2nd place goes to entry 3028 of HR Star Cattle Company and P Ranch. And your class winner, entry 3027 from Rocking W. Angus. Also joining Donnie Robertson today, this morning, as his associate judge is Chuck Brost of Larkspur, Colorado. Chuck graduated from Purdue University. Chuck spent many years in Alabama at Bobo Angus. For the past 9 years, he has managed Spruce Mountain. We welcome Chuck as today's associate judge.
Probably in this class of Angus bulls, the most fault-free, the most good in terms of his kind, I think. And you'll hear us talk a lot today in terms of completeness and balance and just quality, and we think that this bull is the highest quality within this class. Does he blow you away in any one particular area? Probably not, but he's solid. He's good in terms of his body depth and his capacity. He's adequate enough in terms of his muscle. He's clean enough in terms of his front end and shoulder. And he just gives you a nice look. And I think from a soundness and a correctness standpoint, he's probably the soundest and the most correct, fault-free in terms of his skeleton within the class. Like a lot of things about the larger frame bull that comes in second. And again, you like his body, you like his depth, you like his muscle. He just doesn't find himself to be quite as complete nor balanced as the bull that wins the class. He's not as good in terms of his structure. He's not bad in terms of his structure, but we'd like to change him up through his front end, through his front feet, and the way he handles himself coming out of his shoulder. Gentleman's bull coming in next, just not enough in terms of body depth and capacity, but a nice calf and one that certainly deserves to be in Denver today. We just like to see maybe more bull, maybe more completeness and balance, as could be said about the bull that winds up the class. Here's one that you admire him in terms of his thickness and his muscle pattern, but he comes apart just a little bit, particularly when we ask him to go and set him in motion. But again, a really, really nice class of bulls. If you wouldn't mind, put your hands together and give them a nice round of applause.
Your results for class number 6 within your Angus show. 4th place, entry 3299 from Justamere Ranch Limited. 3rd place, entry 3300 from Justamere Ranch Limited. 2nd place goes to entry 3031 from Clifford & Sons Bush. And your class winner, entry 3035 from Dawson Greg Johnson. At this time, we will now bring back all of our class winners from classes 3, 4, 5, and 6, and our judges will select your champion and reserve champion junior bull calves.
Well, folks, on the Angus side, if you wouldn't mind, put your hands together and show this group of bull exhibitors a nice round of applause. Certainly is well deserved, and we're not going to go back through. I've never been one that likes to listen to myself talk, so we're not going to go through and talk each and every one of these bulls, but there's 2 or 3 bulls out here that are extremely competitive, I guess, the way Chuck and I see it, and they're all good bulls. They all have a tremendous amount of quality, and for us, it's quite simple. We don't try to make this too tough. We're not rocket science out here. We just try to look for quality first, structural soundness and correctness, and bulls that look like bulls that can go out and be productive within this industry. And so for us, it's kind of a combination. There's bulls out here, and all of these bulls have body, they have substance, they have mass, they have enough muscle and thickness throughout. And as those of you sitting and standing around ringside, obviously, the one thing that's neat about this business is we all have opinions. And if you like other bulls out here, we're not going to argue with you too much because they're all really, really good quality. So with that said, my congratulations to the exhibitor. I'm going to ask Chuck to go out there and show you the 2 that we like today. Once again, congratulations.
Your champion junior bull calf comes from class number 5. That is entry 3027 from Rocking W. Angus. Rolling into consideration for the reserve will now be the 2nd place from class number 5. That is entry 3028, owned by HR Star Cattle Company and P Ranch. Your reserve junior bull calf comes from class number 6. That is entry 3035 from Dawson Greg Johnson. We will go ahead and clear the ring within our Angus show, and we will get set for class number 7. Class number 7 will consist of entry 3037 from Jared Jan Radcliffe. Back over to your Shorthorn show. We are now underway with class number 1. These will be late spring heifer calves. We have within class number 1 entries 4631 from Harley Holman, 4643 from Liv Jerviscus, entry 4693 from Jennifer Ruby, 4729 from Bianca Wood, and entry 4593 from Keelan Cahoon. This is the only class within the division, so your 1st and 2nd within this class number 1 of Shorthorn Pluses will become your champion and reserve champions.
Well, over on the Angus side, and a single entry November calf, and again one that certainly has a lot of quality about him. You love his extension up through his front end. You love his length down through his top. He's correct and good enough in terms of his hip placement. He's a bull that's got some muscle about him, and he's got some curvature to his rib shape, and one that gets around the ring relatively free and easy. So we'll see him back out here for division a little bit later. But my congratulations to this gentleman on a nice bull.
Your results for class number 7 within your Angus show. In 1st place, entry 3037 from Jared Jan Radcliffe. Coming into the ring at this time for your Angus show is now going to be class number 8. This is also a single entry class. Within this class, we have entry 3039 from Rance C. Wheeler.
Well, really a nice bull over here on this side of the ring. And again, as so many people that judge would say, sure could have used some competition. That's quite true in this case. And here's one that's awfully good. A bull that you sure admire his body, his depth, his capacity. He ties himself together quite nicely from forerib back to his flank. You get behind him, he's certainly got a tremendous amount of muscle to him, and a bull that gets around the ring relatively easy in terms of his structure. So we'll see him back out here in just a little bit right now, as a matter of fact, for this division. But again, congratulations to this exhibitor.
Your results for class number 8. In first place, entry 3039 from Rance Wheeler. At this time, we will now bring into the ring our class winners from classes 7 and 8. Our judges will select your champion and reserve champion senior bull calves.
Well, again, as we've said throughout the morning, a good division of bulls over here, and some differences and some obvious differences, I guess, in type and kind, but a little bit of an age difference as well. But the bull that's up on this end, again, we complimented him in the single entry class as just being a solid, kind of a fault-free kind of a calf, a bull that's adequate in terms of his body and his depth. You like his muscle pattern, you like him through his front end, you like him in terms of his structure as the way he gets out and travels. So in our opinion, as Chuck and I analyze the bull, just a good solid beef bull, that one that certainly has a bright future ahead of him. The bull that's right behind him, tremendous in terms of his body depth, and obviously from the stands you can see very eye appealing in terms of his appearance. A bull that we admire him when we get off behind him and look in terms of his muscle pattern. He's very thick-ended. He's very square and true and correct out through his hip, which is important to both Chuck and I, and one that probably is made just a neater and a little more tidier up through his front end, gets around and travels the ring very, very nicely. So for us, we're going to use this bull that wins that second class to win the division, followed by the bull that wins the first. Congratulations. Show him a nice round of applause.
Well, as we start this Shorthorn Plus show, an excellent class of these May and June heifers out here. Some really good kind of cattle all the way through this class. Up here on the front end, they end up using this black heifer to win. To me, she shows me the most future out here. Really good structured kind of female. A heifer that has enough power in her, a little bit more power than what we've got in the second place heifer when you get in behind that one. A little bit more muscle shape, a little bit more stifle in this particular female, blown apart just a little bit more to me from one end to the other than what we've got coming here in second. Gives you a real good look from the side, real up-headed, real angular kind of female to start out with. Now the best structured one in the class is this one coming here in second. There's no doubt about this. Incredible look that this one gives you from a profile standpoint. A heifer that so maternal looking, good bodied, female that is so good and as far as being straight and true and level, and her top gives up a little bit in bone work and definitely gives up as far as muscle shape. There's just not enough heifer here yet to get her around that heifer that walks out ahead of her. You look at her numbers, and tremendous amount of growth in this particular female. Just a little bit more birth along with that, but not bad at all. I'm not picking on her birth weight one bit with the amount of growth that one has attached to her in her numbers, but excellent phenotype to that red heifer that goes out second. The heifer coming here in third, I thought was going to win the class when she first hit the ring. There's real attractive kind of female when you look at the amount of muscle that she's got in her, the bone work that's underneath that one. But you really get to looking at her, how she's hooked up in her front end. I like to see her neck coming out of her shoulder a little higher. And then when you get that heifer in motion, she doesn't actually flex with that hock. She kind of just wants to swing them just a little bit as you watch her go away from you. But real good muscled, a real good future in front of that heifer for that young lady. She does a really nice job getting her shown out here. Then we get a little bit different kind of heifer in this blue roan, one that's a little bit more muscular in a not a very good sense to me, a little bit steerier looking out here, if you will, a little bit tubular in her body shape, but you have to be impressed with the amount of shape that she has in her. I just like to change the way it's hooked onto her skeleton, but a real good-legged, big bone kind of female. And then we end up with a red one to end with, really a nice maternal looking kind of female, just not enough to that heifer right now, but you're really impressed with the overall length of body, length of hip in that particular female. Just an excellent class from top to bottom in this particular division as well. My congratulations to your division champion.
Over on the Angus side, as we get into these summer-born bulls, this July calf here, and again, as we've talked throughout today, just quality. And he probably, as we've seen a few other bulls within this class or within this show so far, doesn't blow you away in any particular spot, but he's very solid. He's very complete. He's very nicely in terms of his balance. He's got enough rib shape and curvature to his rib for us, I guess, today. He's clean enough in terms of his joints and up through his front end, very smooth about his shoulder, and adequate in terms of his muscles. So when you put all that together for Chuck and I, it's just a bull that's very complete, very nicely balanced, and with a tremendous amount of quality. So congratulations to this exhibitor.
Over in your Angus show, your results from class number 9. In first place, entry 3043 from Xander Sunsbeck. In the ring at this time is now going to be class number 10. We have a single entry within this class. This is going to be entry 3046 from Clayton Hester. Over within your Shorthorn show, your results from class number 1. Fifth place goes to entry 4693 from Jennifer Ruby. Fourth place, 4631 from Harley Holman. Third place, 4643 from Liv Jervicius. Second place, and your reserve champion late spring heifer calf goes to entry 4593 from Keelan Cahoon. And your class winner and your champion late spring heifer goes to entry 4729 from Bianca Wood. In the ring for your Shorthorn show is now going to be class number 4. These are early spring heifer calves.
Well, a nice single entry bull over here on the Angus side, and again, one that has some quality about him. He may not be as foo-fooed and maybe prepared for the show today as some of the ones that we've seen, but he's a bull. When you look at his math, he certainly reads nice. He's very good in terms of his marbling EPD, and one that we'll see back out here in just a little bit as he vies for this championship division. So congratulations on this bull.
Results for class number 10 within the Angus show. First place, entry 3046 from Clayton Hester. At this time, we will now bring back into the ring our class winner from class number 9. That'll be entry 3043 from Xander Sunsbeck. We will now have our judges select the champion and reserve champion intermediate bulls.
Well, over on the Angus side, and again, as we prepare to pick this division champion, two really nice bulls within this division. And just briefly, the bull that wins the first class, as we talked to him earlier, just very complete, very balanced, very eye-appealing in terms of his look, and just a good kind of a bull. That one that when he's through showing, you could kind of project him out to be one that you could certainly feel comfortable turning out on cows and getting you some good offspring. So my congratulations to him. The bigger frame bull that comes that's to you next, again, we talked to him in terms of his math and his EPDs of being good. You know, when you really compare him with the other bull, this bull just probably needs more body, needs more middle, more pizzazz. We'd like to change the whole way that his shoulder's made in terms he's too straight about his shoulder, which restricts him just ever so slightly. There you go, Gerald, as he gets out and travels. But again, a really nice kind of a bull. We're going to use this bull on this end to win the division, followed by the bull right behind him. Congratulations.
Your champion intermediate bull comes from class number 9, entry 3043 from Xander Sudsback. The reserve goes to the winner from class number 10, that is entry 3046 from Clayton Hester. We'll go ahead and clear the ring and make way for class number 11. Class 11 will have a single entry consisting of 3049 from Sophia Caroline Royer.
This first class of this second division here in the Shorthorn Plus is definitely a heifer to use in this particular class. She gravitates to the top extremely easy in this particular class. A really complete, good moving, good looking kind of heifer that puts a lot of really nice things together out here in this particular class. And then from there, you got to kind of make some concessions and some decisions on what you prefer. I end up going with this white heifer, or more white heifer coming here. This blue roan to go second. To me, there's just a little bit more quality in this particular female, a little more moderate frame to heifers on either side of her, but you have to be impressed with the amount of bone that's underneath this one, the amount of muscle that she exhibits out here. I'd just like to extend this female out just a little bit, give her a little longer maturity pattern. She gets just a little bit narrow as you watch that one coming and going in her structure. Then we get a little bit bigger outline female coming here in third. Real attractive kind of heifer when you get her parked out here. She's really extended in her overall skeleton, but a heifer you just like to see more of her in relation to her frame size. A little more depth of body, a little bit more muscle shape in that particular female, but a real maternal looking one as well. And when the young lady's blue roan to end up with, sure a nice pattern to this one, balances up good. As far as the way this one's put together, it's just a little bit more refined in her bone work. Just like to see a little bit more heifer here in overall weight and frame to get her any higher. But excellent class from top to bottom. My compliments to these young exhibitors.
Your results for class 4 within your Shorthorn Plus show: in 4th place, entry 4568 from Mesa Arnold. 3rd place, 4604 from Addison Dickens. 2nd place, entry 4666 from Reese Locke. And your class winner, entry 4621 from Carly Goetz. At this time, we will now bring into the ring for your Shorthorns class number 5 of early spring heifers.
Well, a single entry bull as we continue with the Angus show, and again, one that's awfully good. And here's one that's pretty fault-free in his kind and his design. He's a bull that certainly have to admire him for his body and his depth and his spring of rib. When you get off of him and view him from behind, you like him in terms of his muscle pattern. He's good down through his top. He's smooth about his shoulder, and he's very sound and true as he gets out and travels today. Just a really good bull, again, that certainly could have used 2 or 3 on either side of him today within this class, because he's awfully good. So congratulations to this young lady on the class winner. Good bull.
Within your Angus show, your results for class number 11. 1st place, entry 3049 from Sophia Royer. We'll reset the ring and bring in class number 12. Number 12 has a entry 3051 from Michael Voloshin. Over in your Shorthorn show ring is class number 5. We have entry 4705 from Hearts and Diamonds Cattle Company. 4571 from Anna Lynn Beach. Entry 4566 from Emma Arnett. And entry 4652 from Hudson Lane.
On the Angus side, another single entry in this particular class, and we've had quite a few of those today. But again, a nice bull, a bull that's got some completeness and balance to him. Again, when you get behind him, you like him in terms of his muscle pattern. He's adequate in terms of his body and his depth and capacity. He's got some top and some shape to him. He's nice enough blended up through his shoulder. If we were to change him just a little bit, we'd like to see him handle himself just a little freer, a little easier as he comes off of those front two. But again, an awfully nice bull that we'll see back out here in just a little bit for this division. Congratulations to this exhibitor.
Your Class 12 results for the Angus Show. In first place, entry 3051 from Michael Voloshin. Coming into the ring at this time will now be class number 13. Class 13 will consist of an entry 3055 from Catherine Coleman and also entry 3056 from Hunter Angus and Caden Nowatzki.
Well, we get into this class of March, Shorthorn plus heifers. Sure, some differences in these four heifers out here. There's no doubt there's one to win when you really get to looking how this one's put together, how this one gets around the ring, what she has to offer out here. Real youthful looking kind of female. She's got some bone underneath her. Female that you like the center part of her body. She's good in her hips. She's level in that regard. She's got some extension up to her front end. Now, when you get to this heifer in second, you sure like the look of this one as well, but to me, this one's just a little bit more mature looking than what we've got in comparison out here at contemporaries. Sure one that gives you a really nice maternal look to her, but a heifer you'd sure like to tone down just a little bit in overall frame size and performance in comparison to her contemporaries out here. You know, and I like big cattle, but I mean, in comparison, you just like to see just a little, tone that one down just a little bit. Really a nice pattern to this heifer coming here in third as well. A heifer that actually looks better moving than she does standing. A heifer that kind of gathers herself up when this young man takes off and goes with her. When he gets her parked out here, this heifer wants to come apart just a little bit in her shoulder, open up in that regard, and she's not as good in her hip, and she's not as true and level in that regard when he has her on the profile. Female coming here in fourth. Young lady does a nice job getting this one shown. A real nice balanced heifer, this little red heifer, a real youthful, extended kind of heifer calf. Just great as far as her front end and the angularity that we see in that particular heifer calf. Just like to see just a little bit more of that one and get her any higher in this class. But an excellent, excellent kind of female, and just needs a little more time on feed for that young lady to get her any higher in this class.
Your results for class number 5 within your Shorthorn show. Fourth place, entry 4571 from Annalyn Beach. Third place goes to entry 4652 from Hudson Lane. Second place, 4705 from Hearts and Diamond Cattle. And your class winner, entry 4566 from Emma Arnett. At this time, we will now bring back our first and seconds from classes 4 and 5, and our judge will select your champion and reserve champion early spring heifers.
Well, two really good bulls over here on the Angus side, and Chuck and I both truly believe that, and there's something to offer in each one of these bulls. And the bull that wins the first class, obviously, he's probably the higher fitted of the two bulls in terms of his condition and where he's at, but he's a bull that's extremely good in terms of his body and his depth and his capacity. When you get off of him, you like him in terms of his muscle pattern, you like him up through his shoulder. He certainly has some bone and some nice footwork going with him. And so I think for Chuck and I, an obviously place to land to start with, an awfully good bull. This bull that comes in second is no slouch, and he's got a tremendous amount of good in terms of breed reputation. If you study his paper and you look at his EPDs, he's probably the best numbered one that we've seen throughout this day. He's good in terms of his calving ease, he's good in terms of his growth, and he's just a solid bull with not very many problems about him. So again, in terms of his completeness and his design and his kind, and he balances up quite nice, he probably is hooked together quite as nicely as the bull that wins from his hooks to his pin and back through his hip, but he's certainly got enough muscle and enough capacity and enough body and rib shape for us, and very smooth about his shoulder. So congratulations to both of these exhibitors on two really, really nice bulls.
Well, we're going to pick this second division here in the Shorthorn Pluses, and with the two classes that we had, these March and April heifers, some definitely good kind of cattle out here, and you can see that in these two class winners. And there's some differences between these two, especially when you get these two class winners in motion. And there's sure one that moves a lot straighter and truer in the way she goes, but good. Both of them are very good kind of cattle that have a lot to offer, and I think a very bright future in front of both of these females. And then we look at those seconds, and sure, there's a little bit different in their type and kind, but very functional as well, especially when you get those two in motion. You like how flexible and the way they can move. So it comes down to these two class winners. There's no doubt I prefer the young lady's heifer that wins the April. She'll be your division champion. Young lady that wins the March will be reserved. Congratulations. Give them a nice hand if you would.
Your champion early spring heifer within the Shorthorn is going to be entry 4621 from Carly Goetz. The reserve goes to entry 4566 from Emma Arnett.
Well, again, it didn't take long, about an hour for the heat to really hit the ring, and so again, here's another awfully good bull that is a single entry, a bull that's very complete, very balanced, very eye-appealing in terms of his look. Again, you like his body, his depth, his true spring that he has to his rib. You like in terms of how tidy and neat he's designed from his forerib back through his flank and up through his shoulder. And again, one from behind is good in terms of his muscle pattern. So it's going to be fun as we get these bulls back out here for this division. My congratulations to this exhibitor.
Your results for Class 14 within your Angus show. First place, entry 3057 from Jeff Fruling and Austin Nowatzki. We will now bring back our class winners from classes 11, 12, 13, and 14 for our judges to select our champion and reserve champion junior yearling bulls. Over in the Shorthorn show, we now have class number 8 in the ring. Class number 8 consists of entry 4603 from Addison Dickens, entry 4618 from Isabel Gilliard, and entry 4732 from Alexis Wright.
Get into this trio of February heifer calves. Sure, some differences between these three, and you look at them phenotypically and on paper, what numbers are attached to them. There's no doubt the one to win this particular class. Just a beautiful look to this one, a beautiful patterned her, balances up good, really fresh looking out here condition-wise. Up-headed kind of heifer. It gives you a really nice look up through the front 1/3 of her body. A heifer here in second and third, you know, then we get into a little bit of discussion here. I end up going with, to me, a heifer that's maternal looking. You look at this one, how she's put together, real green condition-wise out here. She just needs a little bit more time to get her filled out in places that she lacks just a little bit as far as the look of her, but a real long spine, real extended kind of female, beautiful in the front 1/3 of her body. She's really good at the ground. As you watch that one go, you just like to see maybe just a little more width in the way she goes, but everything's, her feet and legs hit the ground straight and true, and that's probably the problem I have with this heifer coming here in third is the way this one hits the ground. She's a little bit more upright in her shoulder, a heifer that's a little straighter in that hock as you watch her go. She wants to toe out just a little bit in the front, and then you look at her on paper and it kind of goes with the heifer in comparison to the other two out here. You'd like to see a little bit more growth in her in that regard. And then all the way across those numbers, she's just a little bit below average in most cases. So the numbers kind of go with the heifer, but a nice look to her when that young lady get her parked out here. Excellent trio of heifers in this February class.
Your results for class number 8 within your Shorthorn Plus Junior Heifer Calves class. Third place, entry 4618 from Isabel Gilliard. Second place, entry 4603 from Addison Dickens. And your class winner, entry 4732 from Alexis Wright. Coming into the ring at this time for the Shorthorn show will now be class number 9. Class number 9 will be junior heifer calves. This will consist of entries 4597 from Kaysen Carlson, 4685 from Gentry Remy, 4627 from Emma Helsinger, 4569 from Mesa Arnold, 4607 from Eisenhower Cattle Company, and 4694 from Jennifer Ruby.
Well, folks, if you would, put your hands together. This is an awfully good set of bulls, and I hope you appreciate them as much as Chuck and I do. And it starts down here with the young lady's bull on the end that's so complete, so sound and fault-free in terms of his structure, and just, again, a very solid bull. And as we've talked throughout today, finding cattle that have completeness and balance, cattle with symmetry, cattle that are just good cattle, and they're splitting hairs in terms of what everybody likes, and we get it. There's a pair of bulls out here that are quite a bit similar, but still yet have some differences. And so I would encourage you, again, to remember that this is two gentlemen's opinion out here in terms of the way they like them. Stick with what you like and what works within your program. And I know this sounds like a grand drive speech, and it really isn't. But the two bulls down here on this end, I think, are the two that's in contention. And for you and for us, we have to decide where we put our preferences. The bull that comes out of the third class is one that you're just blown away by his power and his muscle and his mass, and a bull that's good in terms of his body and his rib shape. A bull that's adequate in terms of the way he gets out and travels, and it's good enough, I guess, for both Chuck and I. Where the bull's not as good as the bull right behind him is through his shoulder and through his front end, particularly right behind the point of his shoulder. He's a little bolder about his shoulder, thus has more power, but he gets a little weaker about his heart in comparison with the bull right behind him. But again, big-footed, big-boned, really a nice bull. The bull that comes behind him is also in contention, and he's one that probably doesn't weigh as much. Well, he doesn't weigh as much as the bull in front of him. The bull's got a tremendous amount of quality. The smoothest bull in terms of his kind, the way Chuck and I see him out here. Very smooth in terms of his shoulder. I love the way he ties in from his heart back through his flank. A bull that's got enough muscle, I guess, for us. Is he as heavy and muscled as the bull that stands in front? Probably not. But he's a bull that's good through his top, and he's good down through his hip, and very sound, again, true as he gets out and travels. So we're going to take one more quick look. Normally it doesn't take us this long, but I think this is certainly a lineup that deserves that. Again, we'll show you the two that we like here, and we'll get you a champion in reserve.
Your champion junior yearling bull comes from class 13. That is entry 3056 from Hunter Angus and Caden Nowatzki. Over in your Angus show ring, in the ring at this time is now going to be class 15. We'll have a single entry within class 15. This is entry 3060 from Lazy JB Angus of Montrose. This is the only entry within the class, the only class within the division. So this will become your champion senior bull.
We get in this class of January. Shorthorn Plus is just an excellent class from top to bottom out here, and especially up here on the top end. These two that go out first and second, these black heifer and this orange heifer, really nice kind of cattle. Just tremendous amount of quality in both these females. I ended up going with this black heifer. To me, just a little bit more maternal look to that one. A little softer made right there in the center part of her body in relation to the heifer in second. A heifer, to me, balances up just a little bit better. There's a little more natural shape in her quarter from a profile standpoint. Just a really complete kind of female to use in this class. There's no doubt this yellow heifer is real attractive. I mean, that heifer, when this young man gets her parked out here, gives you an incredible look from that regard. A heifer, to me, gets just a little bit racier looking in the way she comes to us today. She doesn't balance up quite right as far as the shape in this particular female, down into her quarter and stifle when you get off to the side of her. Incredible BMI number attached to this one as well. Real attractive, big future in front of that heifer that goes out second. And then we get a little bit different kind of heifer in this all red and white heifer coming here in third. A little bit flatter made in her rib shape and her muscle shape is comparison to the two that walk out in front of her. Heifer you like as far as her top and the extension up through the front end. You like how her neck just jets right out of the side of that shoulder. A little more conventional looking kind of female going out here in fourth. You just like to extend that one out. A little more quicker looking as far as a maturity pattern than I prefer, but big legs underneath that one. Some really good things about that one as far as her body and natural spring of rib. Then we just get a real nice pattern heifer coming here. Young ladies, red and white, just not enough heifer here, but you like the amount of structure that's underneath this one. She's really stout in that regard. She's really got some substance to her. Just like to see a little bit more frame size, a little more performance in this one. Then we get a real solid heifer here to end with. Just no bells and whistles, just really solid. Just like to see a little more look to this one from a profile standpoint. See a little more level or design kind of female out through her hip. The young man's done a really nice job getting that one shown as well. Give this class a nice round of applause if you would, please.
Well, over on the Angus side, as we move through the show, as we're winding down the bull show, and again, a single entry and one that's awfully good. And here's one that those of you sitting and standing around ringside should take a look at, because he's certainly got a lot of nice tools in terms of his math. He's probably the highest maternal bull that we've seen in terms of that EPD, and a bull that really reads nice in terms of his balance through his math, and one that's good looking, a bull that certainly has some body and some depth and some capacity. He's good out through his top, back through his hip. He's smooth enough through his shoulder, and one that as his show career winds down, you would think would make an awfully nice bull to turn out. And I'm sure there'll be some AIs used on this calf, and be interesting to see what the calves look like, because this is an awfully good bull, and we'll see him back out here. He's an automatic division champion, so congratulations. We'll see him back out here for your grand drive. Thanks. Nice job.
Your senior bull champion goes to entry 3060 from Lazy JB Angus of Montrose. At this time, we will now bring back all of our division winners for our judges to select our champion and reserve grand champion bulls. Your champion bulls returning for your Angus show. Your summer bull calf champion, entry 3000 from Brittany Creamer. The reserve champion summer bull calf comes from Shiloh Billman. Your champion junior bull calf, entry 3027 from Rocking W. Angus. The reserve being from Dawson Greg Johnson. Your champion senior bull calf, entry 3039 from Rance Wheeler. The reserve being Jared Radcliffe. Your champion intermediate bull, entry 3043 from Xander Sudsback. The reserve being from Clayton Hester. Your champion junior yearling bull, entry 3056 from Hunter Angus and Caden Nowatzki. The reserve being from Jeff Fruling and Austin Nowatzki. And rounding out our champions is our champion senior bull, entry 3060 from Lazy JB Angus. These are the division winners in contention for your grand champion and reserve grand champion Angus bulls.
We're going to pick another division here in the Shorthorn Pluses, and excellent division as well. Just like the one we had earlier today, the amount of quality that has been in this particular division, or is in this particular division, those two classes that we evaluated, just excellent in that regard. And we've got to compare heifers out here that won their classes that you sure like for their similarities. I mean, you really get to evaluating these two and comparing them. how similar they are in their type and kind. And the thing that impresses me about all four of these, when you get them back out here, is how well they can move. I mean, all four of these heifers are very, very good in their flexibility and their being fluid as you watch them go, and they look good as they're moving. And I think that's very, very important that they still look good as they're traveling around ring. And for me, it's pretty easy in this division, and I'm not taking anything away from the other ones out here, but our division champion will be our February heifer that wins the youngest class. Reserve will be the January right here in front of me. Congratulations. Give them a nice hand if you would.
Your champion junior heifer calf within your Shorthorn Plus show comes from class number 8. That is entry 4732 from Alexis Wright. The reserve comes out of class number 9. That is entry 4685 from Gentry Remy.
Well, folks, on the Angus side, if you would, please join Chuck and I in congratulating this group of bull exhibitors and an awfully good set of bulls. And, you know, although the numbers weren't extremely huge, when we get to this point, this is what you hope for, right? And there's a lot of good in each one of these bulls, both on this side and the other side of the division winners. And so that's a compliment to you, the breeders, the exhibitors of these cattle that make the right decisions in terms of matings and selections as you go through. And again, what Chuck and I have tried to do today is just pick quality. And there's always some give and some takes, and there hasn't been the perfect one made yet, and we all know that. But when you look at this lineup of bulls, I think you would agree with us that they are extremely high quality and awfully good. Some minute differences, and for us, as we've talked, what we like is completeness and balance and symmetry and just good cattle that can get out and travel and move, and bulls that appear that they would make somewhat of an impact within our breed, and I think all of these bulls certainly would. As I continue to say, you know, they could have gotten anybody to judge this particular show, and today it's Chuck and I, and we feel very proud and honored to do it. But those of you sitting and standing around ringside, pick your ones that you like. And you know, if we all like the same ones, it would be a very interesting business now, wouldn't it? But that's not the case. There's 2 or 3 bulls out here, I think, that certainly hit us pretty hard in terms of what we like. We're going to go show you those 2 right now for your Grand and Reserve, and we look forward to a really nice female show coming up. So as we do that, once again, please show them your support with a nice round of applause.
Your grand champion bull comes from your junior yearling division. That is entry 3056 from Hunter Angus and Caden Nowatzki. Roll into consideration would be the reserve. Entry 3057 from Jeff Fruling and Austin Nowatzki.
Well, just a single entry here, December, almost a January heifer calf here in the Shorthorn Pluses, and sure one that you like the way this one's put together, really good condition out here, the way she comes to us. She's got an excellent look to her. My compliments go out to this young lady. She's got a real competitive single entry.
Your reserve grand champion Angus bull comes also from that junior yearling bull division. That is entry 3057 from Jeff Fruling and Austin Nowatzki. At this time, we will now clear our ring and take pictures with our exhibitors of our bulls, and then we will get started back up with our cow-calf pairs within our Angus show. Over in our Shorthorn show, our results for class number 12 of winter heifer calves. In first place, entry 4656. First place goes to Liv Jervicius. In the ring at this time is now going to be class 13. These are senior heifer calves. We have a single entry within this class, 4727 from Landry Will.
Really nice October heifer a young man's got out here. One that you like as far as what she brings to the ring out here. A heifer that's really complete in her kind, real up-headed, real feminine kind of female, and yet she has enough body and muscle shape to balance everything out. You like the bone work that's underneath that one as well. My compliments go out to this young man, a really nice single entry.
Results for Class 13 within the Shorthorn Plus Senior Females class. First place goes to entry 4727 from Landry Will. At this time, we will now bring back our class winner from Class 12. We will have the winners from Class 12 and 13 compete for your champion and reserve champion senior heifer calves.
Nice pair of heifers we've got out here to pick a senior heifer calf champion. There's some differences between these two. You got an October heifer that you sure like how this one's put together, her body and muscle shape and the front end in this particular female. You like the bone work as well, like I talked in that class. And then the young lady's December heifer is basically a January out here, real youthful looking, real extended in the front 1/3 of her body as well. A heifer, to me, travels a little bit better when you get right in behind her. She's a little bit straighter and truer in the way she goes away from you. Heifer calf that has a tremendous amount of future look to her for the condition that she's in. And for me, that's the one I gravitate to in this division. The young lady will have your division champion. Young man will be reserved. Congratulations. Give him a nice hand.
Your champion senior heifer calf is entry 4656 from Liv Gervisis. Your reserve champion comes from Class 13. That is entry 4727 from Landry Will. We will clear the ring and bring up now Class 16. Class 16 will be late spring yearling females. We have two entries within class number 16, 4586 from Adrian Brown and 4622 from Carly Goetz. These are the only two entries within the class, the only class within the division. First and second within class 16 will become your champion and reserve champion intermediate females.
nice pair of heifers here, and you get in these May summer yearling Shorthorn pluses. Sure, some differences between these two. I ended up going, the heifer to me is just a little bit stouter build. I mean, there's more true muscle in this one, more true shape as far as the way this one is put together. A heifer that to me is just more heifer here. It's just stouter from one end to the other. And then you look at her on paper, she gives up just a little bit as far as her growth numbers to our second place, but you like the birth that's in this particular female and the BMI as well that's attached to that one. A female that, to me, there's just a little bit square and leveler built it from one end to the other. Female here in second, you sure like the maternal look to her. Heifer that's a little more angular up through that front 1/3, but with that comes a little bit more chest. It throws her balance off just a little bit, and she's not as square built from her hip back down into that quarter is what we've got in our class winner, but real good bodied, real sound moving kind of female that ends up being second in reserve in this division. Let's give them a nice hand in this class and division, if you would.
The results for Class 16 of late spring yearling females: in second place and your reserve intermediate champion female, entry 4622 from Carly Goetz. Your class winner and champion intermediate female, entry 4586 from Adrian Brown. At this time, we will now bring up Class 19. Class 19 will be early spring yearling females. We have 3 entries slated for this class: 4590 from Keelan Cahoon, 4601 from Tyler DeGroot, and entry 4576 from Madeline Berg. These are the only 3 entries within the class, the only class within the division. So therefore, first and second within Class 19 will become your champion and reserve champion early spring females. Our Angus show has started back up. In the ring at this time is now Class 16 in the program. This is our cow-calf pair division. We have a single entry within the class, the only class within the division. So this is entry 3067 from Garrett Green.
Boy, this is a nice class, nice trio of heifers here. It's a little bit different the way these things come to you. You know, you want to switch them up, it doesn't make any difference to me. It's just my opinion today, but this is the way I see them. This heifer to win this class is no doubt the freshest, coolest looking one of them all out here. You really get to looking at how this one's constructed, the bone work that's underneath her, and yet so good in her center part of her body, so fresh up through her front end, the extension that you see there, how level of design this heifer is, a female that is actually a little bit surprising when you step in behind her, how much true muscle she does have in her, especially as you watch her go away from you. This is a really nice kind of female that is just impeccable the way this one's put together and how fresh this one is today. This heifer here in second to me is just a little bit closer in kind than what we've got in our class winner, but for me, the heifer's got a little more chest in her, a female that's a little staler looking out here by comparison. She collapses a little bit more right there in her forerib as compared to our class winner, but a real big-bodied, real maternal-looking kind of female that's really good as far as her angularity and femininity. Then we get the real big stout heifer that ends up going third, and if I was this young man, I'd be really upset because he's got a really unique kind of female, probably the one that's going to raise the herd bulls of the heifers out here when you really get to looking at her, the way she's designed, and then couple that with the paperwork that is attached to that one. But to me, she's a little bit rounder shouldered, a heifer that just isn't quite as unique in her front end, a little bit more jammed up in that regard. I like to extend her in that point of view. A female just doesn't show as much maternal look as what we've got in the two that walk out ahead of her, but a really stout, big kind of female that ends up going third. My compliments to all three of these exhibitors. Nice trio of heifers.
Well, over on the Angus side, and certainly as we get into this cow-calf division of the show, and certainly the only entry here, and this will be an automatic champion cow-calf pair, but my compliments and Chuck's as well to these exhibitors. It's not the easiest thing in the world to have to do to drag these pairs to the show. They've done an excellent job with this pair. This is a good pair, and this is a nice cow. She's calved on time, which is first and foremost of what she should do, and she's got a nice little coupon behind her in terms of quality. So our congratulations to these exhibitors on your champion cow-calf pair, and if you would please join me in congratulating them with a nice round of applause. Thank you.
Your results in your Angus show, your Class 16 winner and your champion cow-calf pair, entry 3067 from Garrett Green. At this time, we will have a picture break with our judges with Garrett at the backdrop. We'll take a picture of our champion cow-calf pair, and then we will come back into the ring for Class 17. Over in your Shorthorn show, your results from Class 19. Third place went to 4601 from Tyler DeGroot. Second place and your reserve early spring champion female, entry 4576 from Madeline Berg. Your class winner and your champion early spring female, entry 4590 from Keelan Cahoon. In the ring at this time is now going to be Class 22. We have entries 4573 from Aaliyah Beach, and we have entry 4592 from Keelan Cahoon. First and second within this class will become your champion and reserve champion junior females.
Nice pair of heifers here. We get these junior yearlings. This is a class and a division to end up with here in the Shorthorn Pluses. A really unique kind of individual to start with in this division and class, a real maternal looking kind of female. She's already starting to make an udder, which she needs to be at this point. or you sure appreciate that about her. She's really good in the front 1/3 of her body. She's got some extension there, and she's got enough depth and spring of rib as far as the center part of her body. So good at the ground as you watch that one go. Just a really nice female to end up winning this class and division. Not try to take anything away from this young lady's heifer that ends up reserve in this division. She's done a really good job getting her shown out here, but just a little bit plainer looking kind of female. Doesn't have quite the bells and whistles we've got in our division champion female, not quite as maternal looking as well to our division champion, but a really good kind of female as far as the way that one can move and how straight and true she is in her top. My compliments go out to these two young ladies and our division champions.
Your results for Class 22 of Junior Yearling females. Second place in your reserve junior champion female, entry 4573 from Aaliyah Beach. Your first place and your champion junior female goes to entry 4592 from Keelan Cahoon. At this time, within our Shorthorn Plus female show, we will now bring back all of our division winners for our judge, Mr. Todd Herman, to select his grand champion and reserve grand champion Shorthorn Plus females. Your champions returning from their respective divisions. In your late spring heifer calf division, your champion, Bianca Wood. Your reserve, Keelan Cahoon. Coming out of your early spring heifer calf division, champion, Carly Goetz. Reserve, Emma Arnett. Coming out of your junior heifer calf division, champion, Alexis Wright. Reserve, Gentry Remy. Coming out of your senior heifer calf division, champion, Liv Jervicius. Reserve, Landry Will. Coming out of your intermediate female division, champion, Adrian Brown. Reserve from Carly Goetz. Coming out of your early spring female division, champion, Keelan Cahoon. The reserve being from Madeline Berg. And the last division in contention would be your junior females, your champion from Keelan Cahoon, and your reserve from Aaliyah Beach. These are the champion and reserve champions in contention for today's grand champion and reserve grand champion Shorthorn Plus females here at the National Western. We'll take this time to recognize some individuals that have been helping out, pass out awards this year for our Shorthorn shows. We have some royalty. Our National Lassie Queen for 23-24 is McKenna Giesman. McKenna Giesman is the National Shorthorn Lassie Queen. McKenna resides in Everett, Michigan, and is the fourth generation to raise Shorthorn cattle on the rolling hills of Lakeside Farm in north central Michigan. McKenna has recently completed coursework at Michigan State University, works full-time, and McKenna is active in the show ring with her bred and owned Shorthorn and percentage cattle. Also joining her is Maggie Bass, the 2023-24 alternate National Lassie Queen. Maggie's home state is Kansas. Prior to her national title, she served as both a Kansas Princess and Queen. Maggie had been involved with the Kansas Shorthorn and Kansas Junior Shorthorn Association. She has served as a past officer for the juniors. She has a cow-calf herd of about 40 purebred and plus shorthorns. Also, we have from South Dakota, the Lassie Queen, Brianna Dury. She attends South Dakota State University, majoring in elementary education. Brianna comes from a 6th-generation farm and ranch and is active in her state association. We appreciate those ladies being here today to hand out awards. Also joining us from the AJSA, we have some board of directors. We have Xavier Ferris of Indiana, the president, and we have Braden DeBoard from Texas, the fundraising chair.
Well, as we get back on the Angus side in the female show, and really a nice way to start, and a beautifully presented July female that certainly could have withstood several on either side of her. But as Chuck and I look at her, we like her pattern, we like her completeness, her balance that she has. She's straight and very correct and true in terms of her lines. Beautifully presented out through her front 1/3 and one that appears to get around and travel in terms of her skeleton quite nicely. So we'll see her in a little bitty bit, but again, our congratulations as we get started.
Well, we're going to pick a champion Shorthorn Plus over here, and I was glad that Donnie talked the class that he just talked to give me a little more time to look at these things, because this has been a really impressive show. I've thoroughly enjoyed myself going through these Shorthorn Plus heifers, and you get to looking at them phenotypically, and then what they have to offer on paper is pretty incredible. And sure, there's some differences on paper, but I'm not going to sort them on paper, that's for sure. But it's still interesting in what's attached to some of these, and there's really not any really big outliers when you really get to looking at their paperwork. Sure, I mean, you could critique some certain numbers and think that maybe you want them a little bit better here or a little bit lower there, but for the most part, it just depending on where you're coming from as a breeder, how much emphasis you're going to put on that. In the show ring, yeah, it's cool to have them, and yeah, there's going to be some outliers that maybe take some out someday, but not here in this show. I mean, when you really got to looking at them, like I said, I've just been thoroughly impressed. The ring help, these two young men out here have just been fantastic throughout this Shorthorn Plus show. I commend them and appreciate what they're doing out, their efforts out here. I'll go pick you a couple champions. Give them a nice round of applause if you would out here in the Shorthorn Pluses.
Your grand champion Shorthorn Plus female comes from your junior heifer calf division. That is entry 4732 from Alexis Wright. Rolling into consideration would be entry 4685, the reserve from that division from Gentry Remy. The reserve champion comes from the 6th division. That is entry 4590 from Keelan Cahoon. At this time within our Shorthorn Plus show, we will pause for a picture break at the backdrop with our judge and our exhibitors. After conclusion of pictures, we will get started with our Purebred Bull Show. start up with our late spring bull calves, class number 1. So stay tuned. We will be picking back up with our Shorthorns in the ring at this time for our Angus show. We now have class number 18. In class 18, we have Cooper Merton, Allison Friesen, Brant Pettigrew, Rob Oakley, and Lane Toledo. These are the entries that make up class 18. The results from class 17, the single entry class. In first place, we had entry 3071 from Brittany Creamer.
Well, again, as we get started in this particular class, and four really nice females, if you will, and particularly the two that find them way surfacing to the top. The heifer that wins, we believe, does so just in terms of her completeness and her balance, her eye appeal. She's very tidy and complete and nicely made up through her front end. She's good in terms of her body depth. She's good in terms of her skeleton. She's nice down through her top and good through her hip, and one that we just like quite well. Heifer that comes in second, we feel is more so closely fits her in terms of type and kind. Again, you like her body and her depth. Maybe not the overall true spring of rib as the heifer that wins the class, but again, from an eye-appealing standpoint, nicely balanced up through her front. Maybe not the correctness just in terms of her forerib back to her flank in comparisons with the class winner, but a good female certainly that deserves to be here and standing where she's standing. Heifer in third is one that you have to appreciate for several things. A female that I like her size, a female that gets around the ring relatively easy. She does on occasion want to roach up in her top just a little bitty bit, but again, a female that just got a little out-horsed in terms of body depth and capacity, just overall kind. And then we end up with a female that just isn't quite as complete, quite as nicely in terms of her balance. She comes apart just a little bitty bit from right behind her shoulder in comparisons with the other. Might like to see maybe some more bone in this heifer as well. But again, four really, really nice females in this particular class.
Your results for class 18 within your Angus show. Fourth place, entry 3074 from Cooper Merton. Third place, entry 3082 from Lane Toledo. Second place, 3076 from Brant Pettigrew. And your class winner, entry 3075 from Allison Friesen. Coming in the ring is now class 19. Class 19 consists of entries 3084 from Ty Johnson, 3085 from Pate Parsons, 3086 from David Smith, 3308 from Lakeview Angus, and 3088 from Garrett Green. These are the entries that make up class 19.
the one in second, she can kind of feel like, let's get over. She can, this heifer in front of us was a girl. She pops her hot or her tooth. I was like, bad, but nice though. She got good luck.
Well, I think
Yep, nope, I agree. 4, yeah, 3, 2, 4. 5, yeah, 5, whatever that one is. Or 3, 2, yeah. And then 1, 5, right? Or like 5, 1, 5, 1. Yeah, she ain't right. They're both terrible in my opinion.
again over on the Angus side, and a good class, and some differences, and probably in terms of maybe not coming together quite as easy as some of the other classes have throughout the day. This one probably fits that bill pretty well. We think logically the heifer that wins the class does so. She's probably the most fault-free, the most complete and balanced within her class. She's a female again. She's got some body and some depth and some spring to her rib. She wants to get up in her top just a little bit, and we might like to see her with just a little bit more angle to her shoulder in terms of how she travels off of her front too, but that's nitpicking on an awfully good kind of a female. The young man's heifer coming next, I think, follows her more closely in kind in terms of body depth and capacity. She too is a female that's good and square and correct out through her hip. She just doesn't have as much body and as much substance as the heifer that leads off the class, but again, probably the soundest in terms of her structure with anything within this class, so really a nice female. Again, another female that comes in third. You like her body, you like her depth, you like her true spring of rib. Maybe not the overall muscle that we see in the two heifers that lead off in front of her. We'd like to see, she wants to lead with her knee just a little bit as she goes. We'd like to see her with some more flex in terms of her front end. We get down to two heifers on the end that, quite frankly, just for us today, probably aren't quite thick enough in terms of their muscle. We'd like to see them with some more width at the top and some width at chest and some width all the way through from behind. The heifer that comes out towards the end, again, we'd like to cure her just a little bit in terms of the way that she handles herself off of her front too, but nonetheless, really a nice female. Show them a nice a round of applause if you don't mind.
Your results from Class 19 within the Angus show: 5th place, entry 3084 from Ty Johnson. 4th place, entry 3088 from Garrett Green. 3rd place, entry 3308 from Lakeview Angus. 2nd place, entry 3085 from Pate Parsons. And your class winner, entry 3086 from David Smith. In the ring at this time is now going to be class number 20. Class 20 consists of entries 3090 from Katie Collison, 3091 from Kaylee Langford, 3092 from Max Dameron, 3093 from Montana Holzmeyer, and entry 3095 from Callie Flood. These are the 5 entries that make up Class 20. This is the last class for the Junior Heifer Calf Division 1.
Another nice class on the Angus side, and some give and take, I guess, on a lot of these different females, and but a good class all the way through from top to bottom. The heifer that wins the class, I think Chuck and I agree that she does so in terms of just, again, as we've continued to talk today, her completeness and balance. I think she ties herself quite nicely from right behind her shoulder in comparison to some of the other ones. But again, I like her body, I like her depth, I like how she's made down through her top and back through her hip, and I think one that's got a lot of quality. Same could be said true about the heifer that comes in second, although maybe a little greener in her condition, and that's okay today. But again, a female that's got some body and some depth and some spring of rib. She comes apart just a little bit for us in terms of how she's made in comparisons with the class winner from right behind her shoulder. But again, I think one that certainly has a future built in with her for a lot of longevity. A little closer placing in third and fourth. You want to switch these, that's fine with us. The heifer that comes at in third on the standstill gives you a striking pose, and you like a lot of things about her. She's big boned, she's big bodied, she's big in terms of her hip placement. We'd like to see her handle her front two just a little bit better. Again, maybe give her a little bit more slope to her shoulder that restricts her just a little bit as she gets out and travels. Heifer that comes in fourth for the young man, a nice female, like her down her through her top, back through her hip. We just don't see as much heifer in her as we do in the ones that are above her. But again, just in terms of quality, in terms of balance, she certainly is nice. Good kind of a female. Then we end with a female again. She's got some body depth, some capacity, some spring about her rib. Maybe not the overall look in terms of eye appeal as some of the ones that are above her, but a very good female and a nice class in this particular class.
Your results for Class 20 in your Angus show. In fifth place, entry 3095 from Callie Flood. Fourth place, entry 3092 from Max Dameron. Third place, entry 3090 from Katie Collison. Second place, entry 3091 from Kaylee Langford. And your class winner, entry 3093 from Montana Halsmeyer. At this time, within the Angus show, we will bring back our first and seconds from classes 18, 19, and 20, and our judges will select your champion and reserve junior heifer calves for Division 1. Back over in your Shorthorn show in the South Show ring, we now have started our Purebred Bull Show. In the ring at this time is now class number 1. These are late spring bull calves. We have a single entry within class 1, 47-23 from Jada Wood.
An impressive purebred shorthorn bull to start out this show with. It was just a May calf and just a world's of performance in this bull. Calf that you really like the way this one's constructed, the look that he gives you from a profile standpoint. He's got some muscle in him, some good body depth as well, and then he's real youthful and future look to that front end as well. And I think a very big, very bright future in front of this calf to win this division.
The results from class number 1 in the Shorthorn Purebred Bull Show. First place, entry 47-23 from Jada Wood. Jada Wood was the only entry within the class, the only class in the division. So Jada Wood becomes your champion late spring bull calf. Up into the ring is now going to be class number 4. These are early spring bull calves. Within this class, we have entries from 46-42 from Jungle's Shorthorn Farm, 45-88 from Cole Bruce, 46-08 from Eisenhower Cattle Company, 46-12 from Cameron France, and entry 46-77 from Whitney Miller. These are the only entries within the class and the only class within the division. So first and second within this class will be becoming your champion and reserve champion early spring bull calves.
Well, if you would, put your hands together for this nice division of Angus females, if you don't mind. really a good division, and Chuck and I both have been impressed, I guess, with the quality. And as we continue to say throughout the day, the ones we like isn't always the one everybody else's likes, and that's okay. But we won't go back through and talk each and every one of these again. But I think you can see from our vantage point that there's a lot of quality out here, and so they're cattle that have a maternal look, that have some body and some depth and some capacity to them, cattle that have a completeness and a balance about them. They're up-headed, they're stylish in terms of their design. Are they all the same in terms of cleanliness of fronts? No, but there and again, we just think they're very, very high caliber in terms of quality. So we'll let Chuck go out and show you the two that we like the best, and once again, congratulations to each and every one of you.
Your champion junior heifer calf for Division 1 comes out of the last class. That is entry 3093 from Montana Halsmeyer. Rolling into consideration would be the second place from class 20. That'll be entry 3091 from Kaylee Langford. Your reserve for the Junior Heifer Calf Division 1 comes out of Class 18. That is entry 3075 from Allison Friesen. Within our Angus show, we have cleared the ring, and we will bring up now Class 21. Class 21 will consist of entries from Avery Kimball, Parker Rosenberger, Garrett Green, Cambria Cook, Bryson Jones, Hadley Hansen, Bailey Dutra, and Jace Dickerson. This will complete class number 21 within the Angus show.
In this second class of these purebred shorthorn bulls, there sure are some differences out here phenotypically between all five of these individuals, and you look them on paper and you see the same differences. Not huge on paper, but there sure is some differences. To me, the calf to win this class is just the most complete. He's set back enough in his shoulder. He's got more reach as you watch this one go. He's sounder as you watch him travel around the ring. There's more flexibility in this calf. Gives up a little bit of overall length to our second place bull, but a calf that's real youthful looking out here. I think a really good, lot of promise to that bull as we go forward. Sure, a high performing kind of bull that ends up going second in this particular class and then reserve in this division, but to me, he gets a little bit plainer up through his front end, a little more mature looking out here. I don't see the youthfulness in this calf as well. We've got calves on either side of him, but you sure have to be impressed with the overall performance, the overall weight per day of age you got in that bull that ends up being reserve in this division. Nice calf coming here in third, a little more conventional for me, a little tighter wound kind of calf, a little bit rounder in the way he comes to us in his shoulder and then out through his hip, but a real big muscled, big legged kind of calf that will go on and do a lot of really nice things for that young lady. Then a little bit more moderate kind of calf coming here in fourth, one that you just like to see a little more extension, a little more performance in him. He wants to get a little bit piecier looking, and the way he's put together out here, just smooth that calf up because he is very, very flexible, a calf that's really sound as you watch that one go. And that's a thing with this roan bull that it follows in behind him. Calf that gets pretty upright in his shoulder, a little bit straighter fronted kind of calf, a little bit straighter in his hock, but you do have to be impressed with how straight line, level hipped he is. Just like to see a little bit more body in that calf in his overall build. What an excellent, excellent division, class and division. Give them a nice hand, if you would.
The results from class number 4 within your Purebred Bull Show for the Shorthorns. 5th place, entry 4608 from Eisenhower Cattle. 4th place, 4612 from Cameron, France. 3rd place, entry 4588 from Cole Bruce. 2nd place, entry 4677 from Whitney Miller. That also becomes your reserve early spring bull calf champion. And your class winner, entry 4642 from Jungle's Shorthorn Farm. That also becomes your champion early spring bull calf. In the ring at this time for the Shorthorns will now be class number 7 of junior bull calves. We have entries 4673 from Tate Luth and Emily Check. We have entry 4676 from Paint Valley Farms. 4641 from Kane Agerter. And those entries make up your class number 7 of junior bulls.
Well, again, not to sound like a broken record, but a really, really nice and interesting class over here on the Angus side, particularly the top 3. And if you want to jumble these around a little bit, we're okay with that, I guess. But these are how we liked them today. And the heifer that wins so, we think, does so in terms of, again, as we've talked, completeness and balance and just the good kind of cattle. She's long and square and true and correct out her hip down through her top. She's certainly good enough in terms of how she's made through her front 1/3. She's a female that gets around the ring relatively easy. Maybe to be critical, maybe you'd like to just see her handle her front 2 just a little bit better as she goes, but that's nitpicking on an awfully good one. Heifer that comes in second is made a lot like her in terms of her body style and her body shape, in terms of her spring of rib and her body. She's not probably as massive in terms of right behind as you compare with the heifer that wins, but again, a very sound, very true, very functionally correct kind of a female that stands in second. Same could be said about the heifer in third in terms of her structure. Again, you like her in terms of her body and her depth. Maybe not as good and stout from her hooks to her pins as the heifers that lead off in front of her, and maybe just opens up just a little bitty bit from right behind her shoulder in comparisons, but a nice female that gets around the ring relatively free and easy. As we come down to the next two females, kind of one and the same, just a little bigger framed female that comes to you in fourth. But again, you like her body, you like her depth, you like her spring that she has to her rib. Maybe not the completeness back through her hip and down through her hind leg as the heifers that are before her. But again, we think a really, really nice heifer. As we wind down through the class, the next heifer coming next, again, you like her balance, you like her style, you like her durability that she has. Maybe not the overall power, maybe not the overall look that some of the heifers have in front of her, but again, a very sound, very freewheeling kind of a female, maybe the one that within this class that moves the best. And then we end up with a heifer that just isn't quite tidy enough up through her front end, like her body, like her depth, just want to clean her up through her front end if we could today. Then we end up with a heifer just a little greener in her kind. She gets up in her top and a little weak behind her shoulders in comparisons, but a nice class of Angus females.
Get into this third division here, these purebred shorthorn bulls, three really good individuals, not only phenotypically, but when you look at the data that's attached to them, is pretty interesting how it all fits together. There's no doubt the one to win this particular class and division, a really solid kind of bull. I mean, a bull that bounces up extremely good. You start at the ground on him. You like the foot underneath this calf. A bull that has enough muscle and he's got enough shape in him, true shape in him, and and like I said, he balances up extremely good. You look at him on paper, just so impressive with a BMI number of 155 on that bull is pretty out there as far as that goes in comparison to what we've got left in this class. Now this bull coming here in second is a real attractive kind of calf. You like pieces of him, you just put them together just a little bit better. Calf, it gets pretty easy in his top. You get that one in motion, he wants to poke his tail head up a little bit more, and I like to stouten that bull up from the ground up. Just see a little more bone underneath that bull to make everything fit a little bit nicer. And then just a really solid kind of bull that ends up this class, a sure one that can do a lot of good for a lot of cows. He's just a little bit plainer looking out here. You like to see that bull with a little more natural muscle in him compared to the first two bulls, but a very sound, good moving kind of calf that ends up going third.
Within your Shorthorn show, your results from class number 7. Third place, 46.73 from Tate Luth and Emily Check. Second place and the reserve junior bull calf champion goes to entry 46.41 from Kane Egerter. And your class winner and your champion junior bull calf, entry 46.76 from Paint Valley Farms. In the ring at this time for the Shorthorns will now be class number 10. This will be a single entry within this class of senior bull calves. We have entry 4661 from Peak View Ranch. This is the only bull within the class, the only class within the division. So first within class number 10 will become your champion senior bull. Results from class 10 of senior bull calves. First place and your champion senior bull calf goes to entry 4661 of Peak View Ranch. Coming in the ring at this time is now class 13. These are late spring yearling bulls. We have a single entry within this class. Entry 4695 from Jennifer Ruby.
Boy, here's a nice looking senior bull calf in this class and division. It'd be your division champion. A real fresh looking kind of bull, real easy to look at. You real smooth in the overall pattern of this bull, balances up good, extremely good when you get this one out in motion, how everything flexes and he goes and everything stays where it's supposed to when you put this one in motion. My compliments go out to this exhibitor. Excellent, excellent kind of bull in this division.
So exiting the ring was just now class number 10. That is the single entry from Peakview Ranch. That becomes your senior bull calf champion. Now coming back into the ring is going to be class 13. This will be the late spring yearling bulls category. This is going to be entry 4695 from Jennifer Ruby. This is the only animal within the class, the only class in the division, so therefore this will become your champion intermediate bull. Over in your Angus show ring at this time, we now have class 22. Within class 22, we have entries from Reese McKenzie Anderson, Hayden Riley Hahn, Daniel Young, Kelsey Ray Thies, Rory Peterson, Scarlett Carney, Sturzbach Cattle Company, Rob Oakley, and Matea Kraft.
Here's another good individual of this division, class and division is intermediate. Real impressive individual from a muscle standpoint, up high in his body, tremendous in his top and loin and how it just runs right into his shoulder as well. Real smooth in that regard, up high in this bull's skeleton. You're impressed with the amount of bone work that's underneath him as well, and she gets him parked out here, gives you a really nice look from this side. Maybe you'd like to see a little more cushion in this bull's pastern as you watch him go, but that's nitpicking a really nice bull here. My compliments go out to this division champion.
Within your Shorthorn Purebred Bull Show in the ring at this time is now going to be class 16. These will be early spring yearling bulls. We have 2 entries in this class. We have Jungle's Shorthorn Farm and Wayne Smith. And we have our last entry from Armstrong Farms, Little Cedar Cattle Company, and the Bowman family.
Really good class over here on the Angus side, and again, there's one for each one of you, I guess, in terms of just difference of kind and design. And We'll make this kind of quick so Todd can get to work, but really a nice heifer that wins the class. Particularly, we think the 2 or 3 females that come up, stand on top, are extremely good. The heifer that wins the first class, again, does so in terms of quality. Again, we like her body and her depth, the spring rib that she has. We like her lever out through her hip and back through her hind leg. Female that's good in terms of her top and got enough muscle, I guess, for us. Is she the cleanliness of front? Is she the most striking up through her front end? Probably not, but those of you that know me know that that's probably not the most important thing to me, but a really nice heifer, I think, that wins the class. The larger framed female that comes in second is awfully good. That's not why she's in second, but again, here's one that you like her body, you like her depth, you like her spring that she has to her rib. She's good out through her hip and good down through her top. Maybe not in terms of mobility quite as good in Chuck and I's opinion as she gets out and travels. That's not calling her unsound, but maybe not just tracking quite as well as the heifer that wins the class, but again, a really nice kind of a female. Striking female that comes to you next in third, and again, you like her body, you like her depth. Not as long in terms of her side length as the heifers that stand behind her or either side of her as far as that goes, but again, down through her top, you like her, back through her hip, you like her, just maybe not the overall substance and power as you see in the ones above her. We too would like to flex her just a little bit out through her front knee. Really a striking female comes at you next in terms of just a look. Beautifully designed up through her front end, really nice and attractive in terms of that. Just not as much heifer as some of the heifers that we see in front of her, but again, a really, really nice kind of a female. As we wind down through the class, again, good females for whatever reason, maybe not the body depth, maybe not the pizzazz, the eye appeal, the completeness and balance as we see throughout, but again, a very, very nice class of April heifer calves.
Boy, a pair of really nice bulls over here in Purebred Shorthorn Bull Show. Enjoyed listening to Donnie talk that class and watching those heifers go out. His description as we saw those Angus heifers waiting on him to get finished. And a pair of really interesting bulls when you really get to evaluating these two. They both have some pluses that you really admire and appreciate. But there's no doubt the bull with the most shape, the most natural muscle, the coolest looking one is the one leading off this class. Calf that you really appreciate what he brings to the table out here, the bone work that's underneath this one, the way this one's put together, the balance that he exhibits out here is pretty impressive. Really good REA number when you compare the two, or there's quite a bit of difference as far as ribeye when you're looking at the two bulls on paper. As far as growth, they're very, very comparable. Birth weight is same as far as that goes. This white bull that ends up going second, a really unique individual when you look at him from a soundness standpoint, a foot size standpoint. Really like that about that bull. Big testicles underneath this bull, but a bull that's just flatter made. There's just not the natural springer rib coming off of his spine, not the natural muscle and shape in him down into his quarter and up in that hip is what we've got in our class winner. But I think no doubt a bull that can do a lot of cows a lot of good with that overall frame size and performance that he exhibits out here. Nice pair of bulls in this particular class.
Results for Class 16 of your Shorthorn Purebred Bulls. Second place, entry 4639 from Jungle's Shorthorn Farm and Wayne Smith. And your class winner, entry 4562 from Armstrong Farms, Little Cedar Cattle Company, and the Bolam family. And the ring at this time will now be coming in Class 17. These will be junior yearling bulls. Within this class, we have entries from Peakview Ranch, Brock David Studer, and High Ridge Shorthorns. This will be the last class of junior yearling bulls within the division. Over in your Angus show, the results from Class 22. 8th place went to entry 3310 from Daniel Young. 7th place, Matea Kraft. 6th place, Rory Peterson. 5th place, Reese McKenzie Anderson. 4th place, Kelsey Ray Thies. 3rd place, Hayden Riley Hahn. 2nd place, Sturtzbach Cattle Company. And your class winner, entry 3126 from Rob Oakley. In the ring at this time for your Angus show is now Class 23. We have entries from Kylie Kraft, Pfeiffer Rosenberger, Tyler Miller, Cameron Donovan, Houston Ferry, Shiloh Billman, and Daniel Young.
Get into this trio of January and February yearling bulls. Three different kind of bulls out here, really, when you can really get to looking at them and comparing them. A young man's bull to win this class, just a nice pattern to this bull. They've done an excellent job getting this bull ready. You look at the numbers that are attached to him. He's one of the higher on his growth, the highest in the growth numbers of this class. You still like the birth weight, and that's with that as well on this bull. You like how this one's designed. You like the bone work underneath him. You know, he's a little bit deceiving the amount of hair that this bull's got, but there is still a lot of muscle there. There's a lot of shape to this bull. Just a really complete kind of package when you really get to looking at the trio we've got out here to win this class. There's sure some positives about this bull coming in second. He is really good on his birth weight, but gives up a lot of growth numbers to bulls on either side of him. He'd sure like to change that as far as his paperwork, and that's kind of what he looks like. He looks like a really nice first calf heifer bull out here. You just like to stouten this bull up in his overall muscle shape and design, but a real nice look to him. Good doing, easy fleshing kind of bull with the amount of center body that he exhibits out here. Just a really excellent kind of bull that ends up going second. A bull coming here in third, young ladies bull. Like the pattern of this bull, you just like to see a little bit more of him. Just giving up a little bit too much as far as overall performance. He's off just a little bit in his hip. You like to see him a little bit stouter in that regard with an overall length of body, length of spine, and length of front end. Just excellent in that regard. My compliments go out to her. Nice trio of bulls to end up with it in that class for get ready for this next division.
Your results for Class 17 of Junior Yearling Bulls in the Shorthorns. Third place goes to High Ridge Shorthorns. Second place goes to Peakview Ranch. And your class winner, entry 4709 from Brock David Studer.
Over on the Angus side, a heifer that leads off the class again for Chuck and I is just one that I guess checks a lot of boxes for us in terms of her completeness and her balance. She's very nice in terms of her structure, and that's where she excels over the heifer that's in second. But again, one that's got some body and some substance and some mass to her when you get off behind. She's not the longest nor the heaviest one within this class, nor is she the prettiest and the most attractive up through her front end. But in just terms of completeness and balance and fault-free, we believe this one surfaces to the top. Love the striking pose that the heifer that's in second gives you, and again, here's one that certainly is big in terms of her stature, but again, she's got some body and some substance and some mass. Really appreciate her how she's made out through her top and back through her hip area. Where we'd really like to change this heifer is up through her front too. She wants to toe out a little bit as he gets her set up. We'd like to, that concerns us just a little bit, to be honest with you, with this one. But again, a really nice, powerfully constructed kind of a female. Heifer coming at you in third again. You like her body depth, you like her capacity. She too probably needs her neck jerked out just a little bit for some. But again, we like her hip, we like her hind leg, we like her body depth in terms of how she's made. Also down through her top, a nice female. Heifer coming in next, extremely long in terms of her side, and we appreciate her for that. Comes apart a little bit in terms of her skeleton design. We like to see her with some more forerib and follow that back through a deeper flank. But I think the trio of heifers that are left, the one thing that we both, the common denominator for us has been structure and their soundness. We just like to see them move better, travel out freer and easier today.
Boy, this is an excellent division, this yearling division, junior champion here in the purebred purebred Shorthorns. All four of these bulls have something a little bit different to offer, and that's really impressive because we all don't have the same kind of cows, and everybody needs something just a little bit different. Talk about those seconds a little bit, what they bring out here, the uniqueness of their overall build. I mean, they're just a little bit different. They're not quite as stout as what we've got in our class winners, but I mean, as far as numbers or the way frame size or what they have to offer is pretty unique in both those bulls over there. And then you talk about these class winners, you know, the overall power that's in both these bulls, the muscle shape, and how it's attached to their skeleton, how these bulls can move, the testicular size underneath these things, the foot size and the shape of them is very good. Yeah, sure, there's some just minor differences between these two class winners as far as how I like them, but how somebody else would like them, that's totally up to you. But it's been most impressive in this particular division. I've really enjoyed going through this junior yearling division of these Shorthorn bulls. I like the bull down there that wins the younger class. He'll be your division champion. Young man right here in front of me will be reserved. Give him a nice hand if you would.
Your champion junior bull is coming from Class 16 of early spring yearling bulls. That is entry 4562 from Armstrong Farms Little Cedar Cattle Company and the Bowman family. Your reserve champion junior bull comes from the Class 17 of junior yearling bulls. That is entry 4709 from Brock David Studer. In the ring at this time for your Shorthorn purebred bulls, we have the last class. This will be the Class 20 of 2-year-old bulls. We have a single entry in this class. Entry 4682 from Kendall Nelson and Ryan Wernicke. This is the only bull within the class, the only class within the division, so therefore will become your champion senior bull.
What a nice way to end up here in the Shorthorn show. A 2-year-old bull that comes out looking like this. Done an excellent job getting this bull ready. I commend these folks that did that on this bull. He's really good looking. He gets him parked out here, up-headed kind of bull, and yet he's got a tremendous amount of shape in him when you get in right in behind him. Just an excellent individual here and end up with here for your senior champion.
Your champion senior bull, entry 4682 from Kendall Nelson and Ryan Wernicke. At this time, within our Shorthorn Purebred Bull Show, we will bring back all of our division winners for our judge, Todd Herman, to select our Grand Champion and Reserve Grand Champion Shorthorn bulls. In your Shorthorn show, returning are your champions. Your late spring bull calf champion, Jada Wood. Your champion early spring bull calf comes from Jungle's Shorthorn Farm. The reserve from Whitney Miller. Your champion junior bull calf comes from Paint Valley Farms. The reserve from Kane Agerter. Your champion senior bull calf comes from Peakview Ranch Incorporated. Your champion intermediate bull comes from Jennifer Ruby. Your champion junior bull comes from Armstrong Farms and Little Cedar Cattle, as well as the Bullman family. The reserve is from Brock David Studer. And your champion senior bull comes from Kendall Nelson and Ryan Wernicke. These are the champion and reserve champions in contention for this year's Grand Champion and Reserve Grand Champion Shorthorn Bull at the National Western.
Another good class of Angus females, and particularly the two that stand on the top of this class. We just see a lot of quality in them in terms of their body depth and their capacity, and that could go true for the heifer that wins the class. Again, we like the curvature that she has to her rib shape. We like her out her hip, back through her hind legs. She gets around the ring relatively free and easy. And one probably is a little more attractive, if that's important to you, up through her front 1/3 than the heifer that's in second. Really good heifer in second in terms of her power, in terms of her mass. Again, we like her body depth and her capacity. She too gets around the ring relatively free and easy as she travels. Maybe just not the overall cleanliness up through her front end, particularly down through her lower brisket, as the heifer that wins the class. But two really, really good females. 3 and 4, really close, I guess, in our opinion. We like, again, a lot of things about the heifer in third, and all of us, excuse me, would have to like her body depth and her capacity. She's not made quite as nicely up through her shoulder, and she gets a little bit straighter maybe about her shoulder. We'd like to see her handle her hind leg just a little bit different as she travels, but a good female. Good heifer coming at you in fourth, and here's one that is very complete and very well balanced. Maybe not the overall power, maybe not the overall substance as the heifers that come right in front of her, but again, just in terms of predictability and goodness, if you will, and quality, she certainly has it. Then we end with a couple heifers that, again, maybe not the overall look in terms of just their completeness and balance, but certainly good females in their own right. Just like to spread a few of them apart, see them deeper bodied, maybe with some more muscle, but a good class of females.
Your results from Class 24 within your Angus show. 6th place, goes to Justamere Ranch. 5th place, Lakeview Angus. 4th place, K Bar D. 3rd place, Michael Voloshin. 2nd place goes to Olivia Beeson. And your class winner is Addison Page Bartlow. At this time within the Angus show, we will now bring back our class winners from our previous classes for our judges to select your Division II Champion and Reserve Champion, Junior Heifer Calves.
Here's another champion lineup that I really enjoy going through as the show went on, just because of the quality that you all have brought out here. It has been really impressive to me, starting down there with those calves, you know, how they look and the future that they show out here, the promise that they exhibit as far as the condition they're in, the extension that you see in them. Yeah, there's some differences as far as how some of these things can move, some a little bit better than others, but it's not that they're hindered in really any certain category or how they handle their legs. It's just a little bit different in the way some of these move, but that's a good thing. I mean, because if they're all just perfect, then it wouldn't be any fun sorting through them. And we haven't seen any of those yet, to my knowledge. But I really enjoyed judging or evaluating them phenotypically, and then you look at, like I said before, attaching the numbers to them and how that fits in. And you as breeders, Shorthorn breeders, can determine how important you want that to be or not to be. But it's sure good as an evaluator that there's really not any huge outliers in any category. So, you know, you just have to critique them just a little bit, however it fits your program. And that's very, very important as breeders that we do that. From as we go forward. But out here phenotypically, yeah, it comes down to a 3-horse race for me, and in the end, it's just going to be what to fit together for me a little bit better as far as their kind and their type. But thanks again for having me do this Shorthorn show. Give all these purebred Shorthorn bull breeders a nice round of applause, if you would.
Your grand champion Shorthorn bull comes from the junior division. That is entry 4562 from Armstrong Farms, Little Cedar Cattle Company, and the Bowman family. Your reserve grand champion also comes from that junior division. That is entry 4709 from Brock David Studer. At this time, we will now take a picture break with all of our bulls at the backdrop and our judge. Over in our Angus show, still at this time, our judges are evaluating our junior heifer calf division 2. We're looking for them to select their champion and reserve champions for this division. We have coming back from class 21, first place, entry 3104 from Bryson Jones. From class 22, we have entry 3126 from Rob Oakley. From class 23, we have entry 3135 from Pfeiffer Rosenberger. And from class 24, we have entry 3158 from Addison Page Bartlow.
Well, if you would, please put your hands together for a really outstanding set of cattle in this particular division. And as we've worked through some of the classes, obviously, and we made a comment earlier that, you know, they're not all cookie cutters and they're not all exactly the same, and there's differences on either side of this particular lineup that are different, but that's okay as well. If we all bred them the same, it certainly probably wouldn't be near as interesting, but these cattle are good. I don't think they're out of line in terms of their size, in terms of their demeanor. They're cattle that, again, when we've talked throughout the day, have body and substance and mass and quality, and just really good in terms of, for the most part, of how they get around the ring and how they travel around the ring. So it's splitting hairs just a little bit. I don't know exactly, as we've said throughout the day, you decide which ones you like. Chuck and I are going to show you. We're going to discuss one more time before we go out and make our selections. But my congratulations to all these exhibitors on a really outstanding division of cattle.
Your champion junior heifer for Division 2 comes from Class 22. That is going to be entry 3126 from Rob Oakley. In consideration now will become the second place from Class 22, that is entry 3124 from Sturtzback Cattle Company. Your reserve comes out of Class 23, that is entry 3135 from Pfeiffer Rosenberger. We will clear out our ring and we will get set for now class number 25 within the Angus show. Class 25 will consist of entries from Allie Perry, Tristan Donovan, Brenna Leanne Bartlow, Lane Toledo, Sutter Clark, Clay Kraft, and Ann Dameron.
Really a good class of females in over here on the Angus side, and again, we think 4 deep that are really, really good with a tremendous amount of quality. The striking female wins the class, I guess, in our opinion. Love her body, love her depth, love the rib shape that she shows you. She's probably a little tidier, neater up through her front end as the heifer that stands right behind her. Not that she's a slouch in her own right, but really an impressive kind of a female, and one that probably is just for us, just a nickel truer in the way that she comes out of her front feet. We like the heifer a lot that comes at you in second, and here's one that gives you a fantastic profile and design. We love her out her hip and back through her hind leg, like her body, like her depth. Maybe not the overall extension out through her front end as the heifer that wins the class, but to be a little critical of her and only in comparisons was on occasion she'll want to wing those front 2 out at you just a little bit, but again, a really, really high-powered female. Really a good heifer that comes in in third, and again, we love her length, we love her hip, we love her how she is in terms of mobility. Maybe not as much power, maybe just not as much heifer as the 2 that stand in front of her, but again, you like her front end, you like her body depth, just like to see her spread her apart just a little bitty bit, only in comparisons with the front runners. Good heifer that comes in next in fourth, and again, a lot like the heifers that have stood above her. Maybe not the overall package just in terms of just sheer power as we see in the ones above her, but again, we like her body and her depth and her capacity, and one that gets around the ring true and easy as she goes. As we wind down with the last 3, again, females that certainly have a lot of quality for whatever differences they may have comparative to the contenders on the front. Maybe not as good in terms of their structure, maybe not as good just in terms of total body and mass, but again, a really nice class of Angus females.
Real good trio of heifers to start out the Shorthorn female show with. Definitely one for me to lead off with. When you look at how this one comes to us, the amount of muscle shape, the overall build of that one, a real unique looking kind of thing for as green as she is condition-wise. Female that's extremely good. You ask her to take off and go. Heifer calf that's really blown apart in comparison to what else we have in this particular class as far as being opened up, enough muscle and natural thickness to her, and yet still having enough female look to her. She's still got some angularity to her. Just an excellent kind of female right there to win this class. Young ladies, heifer, here's one that you really gravitate to for maternally. Real long neck, good in that regard. Heifer that's just a little bit flatter looking coming off her spine, not quite this natural Springer rib and opened up in that regard. Heifer calf, here's another one that's very, very good as you ask that one to take off and go. Just like to see just a little bit more of her as far as shape is compared to the heifer that walks out ahead of her. Then heifer that ends up going third, really nice look to this one as well. Just a little bit shorter coupled, shorter bodied kind of heifer. You just like to extend that one out in her overall length. Heifer calf that gives you a nice look from a profile. Wants to poke up her tail head just a little more than I prefer, but a heifer calf has got a lot of promise on down the road.
Within your Angus show, your results for Class 25. 7th place, entry 3184 from Clay Craft. 6th place, entry 3175 from Lane Toledo. 5th place, entry 3173 from Tristan Donovan. 4th place, entry 3181 from Suter Clark. 3rd place, entry 3185 from Ann Dameron. 2nd place goes to entry 3166 from Allie Perry. Your class winner was entry 3174 from Brenna Leanne Bartlow. In the ring at this time for your Angus show is now Class 26. We have entries from Luke Nord, Aubrey Babst, Justamir Ranch, Ben Selmeyer, Mercedes Ferry, Justamir Ranch, Daniel Young, Morgan Flickinger, and 2 entries from DLX LLC. This is the last class, Class 26, within the Junior Heifer Calf Division 3. Over in your Shorthorn show, your results for the first class of late spring heifer calves. Third place went to entry 4611 from Cameron, France. Second place went to Alexa Turner. Your class winner was entry 4688 from Sloan Reedy. In the ring at this time now is Class 2. These are late spring heifer calves. We have entries from Ryan Lane, Paige Phillips, Alexa Turner, Kylie Dustle, and Blaine Blankenship. This completes Class 2 of your purebred Shorthorn females.
Interesting class of these these May heifer calves here in the Shorthorns. Sure, some differences out here, and you get to evaluating these heifers. And one to lead off to me is just a combination heifer. When you look at her from the ground up, how that one can move, how flexible she is. She's true as you watch her go on either end, and a heifer calf that gives you a nice look from the side. This heifer calf coming here in second, a little bit different kind. She's a little bit shorter bodied, shorter coupled kind of heifer. You love how maternally built she is right there in the center part of her body. Excellent in the front 1/3 of her body as well. There's just not enough heifer there in overall length, overall performance to get around that one that walked out ahead of her. She's just a little bit different as you watch that one go away from you from behind as well. Then we got a heifer that's just a little bit plainer looking coming here in third. She doesn't have all the bells and whistles, but you really like what you see out here. Heifer that's easy doing, easy fleshing. She's got some performance to her. It gets just a little bit narrow when you get in behind her as far as what we've got going out ahead of her. There's not quite as much muscle shape in that one. And we get a pair of heifers here to go fourth and fifth, just a little bit harder looking out here. There's not quite as much depth of flank to them, a little bit narrower built as far as their natural rib shape and Springer rib that you see in them, but both heifers are beautiful up to the front 1/3 of their body. They have enough substance of bone to them. They just need a little bit more time and I think a little more development, and they'll get to where they need to be. But excellent from top to bottom in this class of Mays.
Your results for the second class within your purebred Shorthorn female show of late spring heifer calves. Fifth place goes to Alexa Turner. Fourth place, Ryan Lane. Third place, Kylie Dustle. Second place, goes to Paige Phillips. And your class winner is Lane Blankenship. At this time, we will now bring back our winners from Class 1 and 2, and our judge will select your champion and reserve champion late spring heifer calves. If anyone in the arena has lost a set of AirPods, they have been turned in. So if you're looking for a set of AirPods, if you don't have them, we have them. So if you have a missing set, please come see our security staff at ringside, and they will direct you to where the lost and found is.
Well, it's a really great division, this first division of these purebred Shorthorn heifers. You can basically throw the data away on them. There's not much that's going to separate them there, even if you wanted to. But females, when you got this much quality and this much overall look to them, is really enjoyable to go through. And I've got there's no doubt I got a champion picked out in this particular division. That part's pretty easy. It's for reserve that it gets pretty close. You know, either you take some front end, a little nicer front end, or you take a little more power. So you just got to make a decision, because they're basically very, very similar in the way they come to. And the champion in this division is going to be this young man here coming out of the youngest class. And the longer I'm out here looking at him, the one that pleases me the most for reserve is the heifer that was second to her in that class. She'll be a reserve division champion. Give him a nice hand in this first division of these purebred Shorthorns.
Well, really a nice class over here on the Angus side, and I guess in Chuck's mind and myself, there was probably no question when they walked in which one we wanted to start with, and that's the one that wins the class. And here's one that, again, as we've talked throughout the day, of quality in terms of balance and completeness, she fits those criterias quite well. Again, we like her body, her depth, the spring that she has to her rib. She's very eloquent in the way that she's made up through her front 1/3. She gets around the ring and travels extremely nicely, and one that we like quite well. A little closer maybe in second, third, to be honest with you, we decided to go with the heifer that shows you the most power. And if muscle and that is very important to you, you need to take a look at this one that stands in second, because she's loaded with it. Tremendous in terms of her body, tremendous in terms of her muscle pattern and her thickness that she has. Is she the cleanliness of the front ends that we have left? No, but as I've stated earlier, that's never been a big deal to me, and especially when you have one that has that much power and that much mass and substance to go along with it, certainly deserves to be where she's standing. Really like the heifer in third, and again, here's one from a body composition standpoint you like. Again, a female that's good out her hip and back through her hind leg. She opens up just a little bitty bit from right behind her shoulder, maybe doesn't carry herself quite quite as nicely as she needs to in comparisons with the front runners down through her top. But again, a really nice heifer. Good heifer that comes at you in next, and we made a little switch on this pair. We just believe that she shows you a little bit more completeness, a little bit more balance and symmetry. Again, she has enough body and enough mass for us. She's good in terms of how her hips made, and she's nicely enough presented up through her front 1/3. Young lady's heifer coming next is one, again, that you like her body type and her design that she has. She's got a big old hip in her and a big old top. Maybe comes apart just a little bit from right behind her shoulder. Might like to see her with just a little bit more lower 1/3 in terms of flank. And we'd like to free her up just a little bit as she gets out and travels on those back two. As we come on down through and wind down through the class, again, good females all the way through with certainly some quality. Again, as we've talked, substance, body, volume, depth, structural correctness and integrity. Maybe they don't show as much as the front runners, but a good class of Angus females.
Your results for Class 26 within the Angus show: 10th place, Daniel Young. 9th place, Justamir Ranch. 8th place, entry 3205 from the DLX LLC. 7th place comes from entry 3304, Justamir Ranch Limited. 6th place, entry 3186 from Luke Nord. 5th place, entry 3198 from the DLX LLC. 4th place goes to Aubrey Pabst. 3rd place goes to Ben Selmeyer. 2nd place goes to Morgan Flickinger. And your class winner is Mercedes Ferry. At this time, within the Angus show, we will now bring back our class winners from 25 and 26, and our judges will select your champion and reserve for your Junior Heifer Calf Division 3.
Well, just 2 entries here, and start out this next division in the Shorthorns, and we've got some differences between this pair, that's for sure. The young lady's heifer to lead off just simply overpowers this heifer in second. When you start at the ground on this one, the amount of substance that she has, she's got more opened up in her overall makeup. She's got a little more Springer rib to her, definitely longer spine, longer bodied kind of heifer. Gives up just a little bit as far as birth weight to our heifer. It ends up coming second, but just a little bit flatter made kind of female. You like the look that she gives you, very, very smooth in the way this one comes to us today, but just a little bit flatter made kind of heifer as far as her rib shape and muscle shape in comparison to our class winner, but incredible look to this one from a profile standpoint.
In your Shorthorn show, your results from class number 5 of early spring heifer calves: in second place, entry 4560 from Sarah Allard. Your class winner goes to entry 4577 from Riley Bivens. At this time, we will now bring up class number 6. These will be early spring heifer calves. We'll have entries from Paisley White, Aaliyah Beach, Kinsley White, Alexa Lane, Caroline Hubner, and J.C. Stutzman. These will be the entries that will make up class number 6.
Well, over on the Angus side, I'm sure these exhibitors would appreciate if you put your hands together and show them a nice round of applause for a really outstanding division of Angus cattle. And we're not going to make a big production out of this. Again, as we've talked throughout this day, just in terms of quality of cattle, we believe that all 4 of these represent that statement quite well. Again, cattle that have a maternal look about them, cattle that have body and depth and capacity, and still yet some power. And still yet, for most of you that love that side of it, have an elegance about them up through their front ends. And so we're going to have Chuck go out and show you the 2 that we like the best. Again, my congratulations to all these exhibitors, and thank you very much.
Your Junior Heifer Calf Division 3 champion comes from class 26. That is Mercedes Ferry. Rolling into consideration would be the second place from class 26. The reserve champion for Division 3 of your junior heifer calves comes from Class 25. That is entry 3174 from Brenna Leanne Bartlow. We will clear out the ring and bring up Class 27 within the Angus show. Class 27 has a single entry, entry 3207 from Lane Toledo.
Well, a single entry class, and as we get into these December heifers, and again, as we've talked throughout the day, certainly could have stood some heat, some competition on either side of her. It's a good heifer, and again, one that you love her length of top, length of hip, body that she has in her, and she's very complete and very balanced in terms of how she is made from her nose back through her tail. Very sound, very true. Congratulations, young man. We'll see you out here in a little bit.
The results from Class 27, first place, entry 3207 from Lane Toledo. Up next within your Angus show, we will now bring up Class 28. Class 28 will consist of entries from Bryson Jones, Ben Selmeyer, Caden Flood, and Lakeview Angus. These are going to be the 4 entries that will make up Class 28 within your Angus show.
Well, we get into this second class of these April Shorthorn heifers. There's sure a pair of them up here on the front end that look a lot alike, and there's no doubt there's one to win out of this pair. Young lady's heifer, that's Roan heifer to lead off, just so effortlessly moves around the ring. Everything stays where it's supposed to, and then she gets her parked out here. Everything stays together, real smooth pattern, balances up extremely good. Really a nice female right here to win. Now this one coming in second, just a little bit more opened up in her shoulder, a little bit piecier in the way this one comes to us as compared to our class winner. Right there in her forerib, just smooth that heifer up right there in that regard, and that gets a lot closer for me between winning this class. Then we get into a heifer here in third. It's a little bit different kind. I mean, a little bit more extended in her overall skeleton, a heifer that to me is real good in her spine. She's real level out her hip, gives up a little bit as far as bone work to the two that go out ahead of her, a little bit flatter made kind of female, but real maternal along with that. Real nice in her overall body shape and depth. Just like to blow that one up just a little bit in her overall springer rib and muscle shape. Then we get into a little bit shorter coupled kind of heifer, but to me, there's a little bit more quality here, even though she gives up some overall length and frame size to heifers on either side of her. You like the bone work, you like the way that one is put together as far as her natural rib shape and muscle shape. And then a real nice pattern heifer, this young lady's heifer right here in front of me, a heifer that gets off just a little bit in her hip, just a little bit tighter in the way this one comes to us in her rear flank, not quite the muscle shape to balance her out as like we prefer. Then a heifer here that comes in behind her, sure one that you like from a profile standpoint. You get in behind that one, you're a little bit disappointed. Not quite as much muscle shape in that one. She's not quite as level and square design out through her hip. Like to pull her pins up just a little bit, but good bone work underneath that one. Heifer that can get out and travel as well.
Good class of Angus females on this side, and again, we think a logical place to start. One that, again, in terms of just completeness and the right kind of cattle, she certainly fits that bill. Like her body depth, love the way she's made from her forerib back to her flank. She's square about her hip, and probably the truest in terms of her structure as she gets out and travels. Is she the cleanliness or the most feminine one within this class? Maybe not, but still yet, that much power, that much body, you got to get her up there towards the front end. A little closer placing in second and third, I guess, the heifer that's in second. Probably just a little bit more complete, probably more right in time in terms of her condition today. Maybe if we could change her just a little bit, we'd like to just square her up, see a little different hind leg in her, maybe give her just a little bit more lower 1/3. Really a good heifer that comes in third, maybe a little excessive in terms of her condition that she has today, which causes her to roll just a little bit off of her front end. We'd like to change that about her. Nice heifer that comes into you next, maybe not the overall body. We'd like to change her, how she's made back through her hip and down through her hind leg. But again, a really nice class of Angus females. Well, again, a single entry in a September heifer calf, and again, one that certainly could stand some heat on either side of her, and we've said that a lot today because we've had a lot of these single entry classes, but it's quite true when you describe this one. One, again, that you love her body, her depth, the spring that she has to her rib. She's tightly made from her forerib back to her flank. She's good out her hip, and she's good in terms of how she's presented up through her front 1/3. We'll see her again out here in division real shortly. So congratulations, young lady, on a nice heifer.
Within your Angus show, your results for Class 28. Fourth place went to entry 3219 from Lakeview Angus. Third place, 3217 from Caden Flood. Second place was Ben Selmeyer. And your class winner for 28 was Bryson Jones. The class that was just in the ring was Class 29. That was a single entry class. Your class winner was entry 3228 from Claire Ann Mernon. At this time, within the Angus show, we will now bring back our class winners from 27, 28, and 29. And our judges will select the champion and reserve senior heifer calves. Over in your Shorthorn show, in the ring at this time is now class number 7. Class number 7 has entries from Callie Turner, Mesa Arnold, Pearl Valley Shorthorns, McKenna Brower, and Cooper Wise. The results coming in from class number 6 within the Shorthorns. In 6th place was entry 4653 from Alexa Lane. 5th place went to 4572 from Aliyah Beach. 4th place, entry 4725 from Kinsley White. 3rd place, 4711 from J.C. Stutzman. 2nd place, 4731 from Paisley White. And your class winner was entry 4629 from Caroline Hubner.
Well, again, those of you Angus enthusiasts sitting around ringside, show your support with a good round of applause for this senior heifer calf division. Young people out here working hard, and they have been for such a long time, including yesterday, I'm sure, at the junior show. But my compliments to the exhibitors, to the breeders, the owners of these cattle, because it really is a nice set. And again, as we've talked, we're not going to go back through and discuss them again, but for us, there's a couple out here that hit us pretty hard just in terms of their quality, in terms of their high quality that they have just in terms of cattle. And so we'll ask Chuck to go out there and show you the two that we're looking at. And once again, my congratulations to all you exhibitors. Congratulations.
We get into this class of March heifer calves here in the Shorthorn ring. Some really cool things to talk about in this particular class. There's no doubt the one to win, just on completeness. You can really get to comparing her to the rest of the class. There's really not, it's really hard to find a hole in this heifer in relation to what we got in the rest of the class. She's got some length up through that front end. She's got some angularity. She's got enough body. She's got enough bone. Everything kind of just fits together. Just a real complete kind of class. Package right there in our class winner. Now the one that has some unique parts is this one coming here in second. I mean, this thing's just a little bit looser structured, and she gets a little bit more uncoordinated how she goes. And when you gather that all up with her, if she ever does that, this thing's going to be wicked good. As long-bodied, long spine, long-fronted as this one is, she just got to figure out whether she wants to be a show cow or not, because there's some really cool things about that one. You like the condition she's in. I think a real big future in front of that heifer if she figures it out. Then we get a little bit shorter fronted kind of heifer coming here next. The young man working hard to get her stuck out here, and once he gets her parked, from her shoulders back, she is really nice. From there forward, just it gets a little bit shorter and deeper through that front end. Just like to see a little more femininity in that regard. And we got a little more feminine kind of heifer coming next, but then with that, this heifer gets a little bit flatter made. There's not quite the natural Springer rib to her. She's a little more empty today, and a little bit straighter in the way that one goes in her hock, and the way she sets down and drives off that rear leg. Let's like to see a little more flexibility there. Then probably the best numbered one as far as birth weight and overall ribeye is this heifer, and BMI is crazy good. It's this young lady's heifer that comes in right now, but with that, not quite as much growth numbers when you look at her on paperwork. So, I mean, there's some gives and takes in her. Young lady does a nice job getting her shown. Just not quite enough heifer there to get her any higher today, but excellent set of numbers in a lot of different categories.
Results from your champion division of senior heifers in your Angus show. Your champion was entry 3213 from Bryson Jones. The reserve went to entry 3228 from Claire Ann Mernon. Over in your Shorthorn show, the results from class number 7, 5th place went to Mesa Arnold. 4th place, McKenna Brower. 3rd place, Cooper Wise. 2nd place, Callie Turner. And your class winner comes from Pearl Valley Shorthorns. At this time, within our Shorthorn ring, we will now bring back our class winners from classes 5, 7, and 6, and our judge will select our champion and reserve champion early spring heifer calves. Over in your Angus show ring, in the ring at this time is now Class 30. This Class 30 consists of entries from Ben Selmeyer and Pfeiffer Rosenberger.
Another nice class on the Angus side, and again, two heifers that are really, really good with some differences, I guess, if you will, but the heifer that wins the class, as Chuck said, probably the most complete in the class, just in terms of look, in terms of balance. Again, you like her body depth, her capacity. She ties herself a little neater and nicer up through her shoulder. That doesn't mean she's necessarily as clean fronted, but when we get her out and set her in motion, she handles that shoulder very, very nice. She explodes in terms of how she moves off of her hind end. We like her out her hip. Really a nice kind of a female. Good heifer that comes at you next in second as well. Again, a heifer with some body and some substance and some mass. Maybe just comes apart just a little bitty bit when we ask her to go and set her off in motion. We'd like to see her maybe with a little bit fuller in terms of how she's made right through her heart in comparisons with the class winner. But a nice class, two good heifers standing first and second.
Your results within your Angus class number 30. Second place goes to Ben Selmeyer. First place goes to Pfeiffer Rosenberger. We will now bring up class 31. Class 31 consists of entries from Olivia Jones, Xander Sunsback, Paige Lemonager, and Catherine Coleman. These are the 4 entries that will make up class 31 within the Angus show.
Well, this is probably the toughest division I've seen today going through these Shorthorns is this second division of these purebred heifers. All 3 of these class winners are incredible. They just have a little bit something different to offer out here, and that's a good thing for sure. And even those seconds, there's some really unique parts and pieces to those heifers. So you got to make a decision. For me, the winner is pretty easy. Just when you're talking about base width and being blown apart and being square on the corners as you watch this one travel or being parked. Now for reserve, it gets pretty close because of the heifer that I like from a profile standpoint, just gets a little bit narrow the way she goes, and I don't know whether she'll come out of that or not, and I guess it'll depend on whether it's in her or not, whether genetically it's there, and the other heifer does have a little more base width to her, but gets a little bit plain looking in comparison. Not that she's a bad heifer, by no means. She's just a little bit plainer looking. So, I mean, there's some really cool things out here that all these heifers have to offer, and you just got to make a decision as an evaluator. The one to win, easy. This one right here wins this middle class. Congratulations. So, when it comes down to it, heifer reserve, I just can't get away from the look of this one. She's going to be a reserve champion. Give them a nice hand in this division.
Your champion early spring heifer calf comes out of class number 6. That is entry 4629 from Caroline Hubner. Your reserve champion comes out of class number 5. That is entry 4577 from Riley Bivens. Getting ready to come into the ring is one of our larger classes for the Shorthorns. We will have up next class number 10. These will be junior heifer calves. Within this class, we'll have entries from Brock David Studer, entry from Adeline Vaughn, Isabel Gilliard, Ganna Farms, Olivia Allen, Kylie Dustle, Alyssa Carter, and Benjamin Allen. These are the entries that will make up class number 10 within your junior heifer calves class of your purebred females within the Shorthorn show.
Wow, it's really a good class, and if you're not impressed with the three heifers over here on this side, then you better get checked, because I guess in our opinion, these are three really high quality Angus females. And again, as we've talked throughout the day, set your preferences and where they may lie, and that's what we're doing over here today. And they're not all alike, right? And that's probably the neat thing about showing cattle, is they're not all alike, and there's some differences in kind and design. We just feel that the heifer that wins the class is probably the most complete, again, as we talked throughout the day, the most balanced, the most eye-appealing one within the class from her nose to her tail. She's got enough body and enough substance and mass for us. She's thickened enough for us when you get from behind her, and we love the way her head, neck, and shoulder lies into her. She's very sound and true as she gets around the ring. The heifer that comes in second is really stout and powerful, and you really love that about her. Again, a female that's got some body and some depth and some true spring of ribs. She's nicely enough presented up through her front end. And I guess it's hard to say. You know, we can all sit out here and say things and try to come up with different excuses. I guess for us, the heifer that wins the class just hit us a little bit harder, just in terms of her total completeness and total of her total Angus look, if you will. The heifer that comes in third, again, is no slouch, and in some cases, in a lot of different shows, would be a definite contender for the overall, because she's awfully good. Again, we like her body, her depth, her capacity, maybe not just the overall pizzazz as the two heifers show you that lead off this class, but again, young lady, you got an awfully good one that you should be proud of. Good class of females. Look forward to seeing all these back in division.
Your results for Class 31. Third place, Olivia Jones. Second place, Paige Lemonager. And your class winner, Catherine Coleman. At this time, we will now bring up Class 32 within the Angus show. This will be the last class within the division. We'll have 3 entries slated for Class 32. We have an entry from Claire Ann Mernon, Houston Faree, and Lila Both. These are the 3 entries that make up Class 32.
Well, it's a really nice class of these Februaries. We got good heifers from one end to the other, and that's compliment. I commend you as Shorthorn breeders bringing this kind of quality out here. Sure, there's some differences when you really get to comparing cattle out here. The one that puts the combination heifer is the one leading off the class. I mean, you're talking about maternal look and yet being blown apart and having enough muscle and shape in her, and then really good in the front 1/3 of her body. Maybe movement is a little bit nicer on this heifer coming in second when you watch them go away from you, but I don't think there's near enough quality or the same look, same amount of muscle as what we've got in the heifer that goes out ahead of her. Not near as good in her chest, not as nice in her overall shape when you're looking at her from her hip back. She doesn't balance up quite as nice as what we've got in the class winner. And a really unique looking kind of heifer. This young man's brown and white with spotted heifer here. Really gravitate to her from a profile standpoint. It's when you get in behind her that you're a little bit disappointed. She kind of loses her shape in her quarter and then even in her top. Heifer that you just like to blow apart in that regard, but a really cool look to that one. He does a nice job getting that one shown. Then a really nice female as well, a little bit greener condition-wise out here. The young man coming here in fourth, but one that with that, she gets a little bit piecier looking out here. She wants to collapse a little bit more than I prefer right there in her forerib and how it hooks to her shoulder. Same with the next heifer. Very, very similar in that regard. That heifer deviates a little bit more in her spine going into her shoulder, up high in her body, but good-legged, a heifer that can get out and go. Then we get a nice silhouette to this heifer, this white heifer coming out next, but when you get that one in motion, that heifer wants to duck her pins. She doesn't move with it quite enough. Look to her is what we've got in heifers that go out ahead of her for me to get her any higher in this class. Then we get a really nice pattern as well. It's a really extended kind of female going out right here, but a real flat made one with that. Not near the rib shape coming off up high in her body. Heifer that gets pretty flat when you look at that one from her hip back and then down on her stifle. Then we get a heifer that gets a little bit plainer looking out here in this roan heifer, but a female, you really like how straight and true she is in her top side of her spine, real level out through her hip, just like to stouten that one up in her overall bone work.
Good job, Todd. Over on the Angus side, and again, a trio of heifers, and all three certainly have a tremendous amount of quality, and again, kind of splitting hairs in terms of where you want to head in your direction. But for us, the most complete, the most balanced female, probably the most eye-appealing one wins the class. Again, we like her in terms of her body depth. We like her in terms of her structure, and we think she gets around the ring quite nicely. Again, a female that maybe if you were to be critical, some of you, maybe gets a little deeper about her brisket today, but nonetheless, that's an awfully good one that certainly has a tremendous amount of future ahead of her. Young ladies heifer in second. Again, we like her a great deal, and here's one that has some power and some mass and some substance, probably a little longer in terms of her side length than the heifer that wins the class. She doesn't handle her shoulder quite as well as the class winner, I guess, in our opinion. We'd like to just change that just a little bitty bit about her, but again, an awfully good heifer that has a tremendous amount of future ahead of her. Young ladies heifer that comes in next, again, a female that you like her body depth and her capacity. It probably needs to be toned down a little bit, I guess, for me. She's awfully large as you compare with the other two heifers out here in this particular class. But again, I think three heifers that certainly present a lot of quality for this breed. Congratulations.
Within your Angus show, your results for Class 32. Third place goes to Lila Both. Second place goes to Claire Ann Mernon. And your class winner, entry 3243 from Houston Furry. At this time, we will now bring back our class winners from Class 30, 31, and 32. Our judges will select our champion and reserve champion intermediate heifers. Over within your Shorthorn show, your results for class number 10. 8th goes to Kylie Dustall. 7th place, Isabel Gilliard. 6th place, Olivia Allen. 5th place, Adeline Vaughn. 4th place, Ganna Farms. 3rd place, Brock David Studer. 2nd place, Alyssa Carter. And your class winner was Benjamin Allen. In the ring now at this time for your Shorthorn show is going to be Class 11. These will be junior heifer calves. Within this class, we'll have entries from Kinsley Robinette, Jacob Robinette, Alyssa Byers, Reese Locke, and Brittany Blankenship. These will be the entries that will make up class number 11 within your Shorthorn show. This is the last class within this junior heifer calf division. After this class, we will bring back our first and seconds for our judge to select your champion and reserve champions.
Well, again, over on the Angus side, if you would please join Chuck and I and congratulate these exhibitors for this division, please. It's awfully an awful good division of cattle all the way through, both the class winners and the seconds. Again, as we've done throughout the day, we won't go back through and discuss them. But for us, we feel very comfortable with what's out here, just in terms of quality, in terms of cattle that show you a maternal Angus look to them, cattle that are structurally correct in terms of the way they get around and travel. So we'll ask Chuck to go out and show you the two that we like the best today. Congratulations to all you exhibitors on an awfully good division of cattle.
Your champion intermediate heifer comes from Class 31 within the Angus show. That is from Catherine Coleman. Rolling into consideration would be the second place from that Class 31. That is Paige Lemonager.
Well, we're going to talk about this January heifer calf class. Shorthorns, no doubt, one to win this particular class. This class goes together pretty logically when you really get to comparing cattle out here. This one to win, just super as far as the way this one goes around the ring. And then she's got enough shape. She has enough look to her. She still looks like a female. Just an excellent individual there to win this class. A little more maternal looking kind of female coming here in second. You sure do appreciate that about her. Just not enough shape, not enough bone in that one to get her around our class winner. Then we get a red and white one coming here in third. Just gets a little bit uncoordinated the way this one goes. She kind of wants to suck her hind legs up underneath her a little bit when she takes off and goes, but you like how good she is up high in her body. She's real level out through her hip. She's level up going into her shoulder and spine. Just like to change that one in her hip structure, lengthen that one out. There's heifers on either side of her that have more length of body and spine. Next heifer coming out a little bit greener condition-wise. Heifer that, to me, just a little bit nicer in the way this one can move. She's a little bit freer in the way she goes, a little more slope to that shoulder, a little more flex to that hock as compared to the heifer that comes in behind her. You like the build of that one. If you could just flex her up or ease her movement out a little bit, she gets a little more upright in her shoulder, not quite the flex in that hock. Just like to see that heifer move out with a little more looseness and freedom as you watch her go.
Your results for class number 11 within your Shorthorn show. Fifth place goes to entry 4692 from Kinsley Robinette. Fourth place goes to entry 4691 from Jacob Robinette. Third place, entry 4665 from Reese Locke. Second place, entry 4589 from Alyssa Byers. And your class winner was entry 4578 from Brittany Blankenship. At this time, we will now bring back our first and seconds within our Shorthorn show for our judge to select your champion and reserve champion junior heifer calves. Over in your Angus show, in the ring at this time is now class 33. We have entries from Samia Wilt, Brenda Leanne Bartlow, Susanna Sinclair, Caroline Munson, and Tyler Kraft. Previous to class 33 entering the ring, we were crowning our champions. For our intermediate division, your champion goes to Catherine Coleman. Your reserve champion, intermediate heifer, goes to entry 3237, Paige Lemonager.
Well, here's another really good division. All four of these heifers have a great deal to offer, but these two class winners, it's amazing how similar they are in their type and kind and how they come to us today. They have some overall skeletal width and females that you really gravitate to for their front ends. They still have a lot of angularity in that regard. Now you get them in motion, and to me that's where what separates these two heifers when you put them in motion, especially as you watch them go away from you. The heifer that is definitely more pleasing in that regard is this heifer right here. She'll be your division champion. The heifer that wins the younger class, the February class, will be your reserve. Congratulations. Give them a nice hand.
A good class on the Angus side, and again, one that surfaces to the top, in our opinion, pretty easy. Again, as we talked throughout this day, just in terms of straightness of lines and correctness of structure, she certainly fits that bill relatively easy, in our opinion. One that you like her body depth and her capacity. She's tidy and made nice through her shoulder, and she carries that fore rib back to her flank quite nicely. Really a good female. Good heifer the young lady has in second, and again, you like her body depth, her true spring of rib that she has. She opens up just a little bitty bit from right behind her shoulder. We'd like to strengthen her up in her heart, strengthen her up in her flank just a little bit to make her more competitive with the heifer that wins the class. But again, an awfully good female that certainly has a good future ahead of her. A little closer maybe in placings in third and fourth. We chose to use the more sizable, appropriate kind of a female, if you will, one that we like her body and her depth and her capacity. She's not as good out through her hip as some of the heifers that lead off in front of her. We'd like to clean her up through her brisket just a tad bit, but again, a really nice cowy looking appearing female. Bigger frame female comes at you in next, and along with that, she gets a little disproportionate when she gets out and travels. She wants to open up in her shoulder. She needs probably a little more slope to her shoulder because she's restricted just a little bitty bit as she gets out and travels off of that front end, but a good class of females.
Within your Angus show, your results for Class 33. Fourth place goes to Caroline Munson. Third place, Susanna Sinclair. Second place, Brenna Leanne Bartlow. And your class winner, Samia Wilt. At this time, we will now bring up Class 34 within your Angus show. Class 34 will consist of entries from Tucker Stagemeyer, Rob Oakley, Olivia Jones, Reese McKenzie Anderson, and Bailey Dutra. That will complete class number 34 within the Angus show. Over in our Shorthorn show ring to the south side, we will have class number 14. These will be winter heifer calves. Within this class, we have 4 entries. Entries from Adeline Vaughn, Alyssa Carter, John Allen, and Colton Greenhorn. Your results from the junior heifer calf division selection. Your champion was from Brittany Blankenship, and your reserve champion went to Benjamin Allen. Once again, we'll highlight our judge for our Shorthorn show at this time. Our judge is none other than Mr. Todd Herman. Todd grew up on a diversified livestock and grain operation. He is a graduate of Michigan State University. Todd is a third-generation Hereford breeder. Todd, along with his wife, Kim, continue to raise Hereford cattle at this time. Todd and Kim live in Lima, Ohio, where Todd is the cow herd manager at Jones Show Cattle. Todd has judged numerous shows throughout the United States as well as Canada. We appreciate Todd being the man who evaluates our Shorthorn show today here at the National Western.
really a nice class of Angus females over here, and again, one that surfaces to the top pretty easy in our opinion. She's the right kind of cattle, just in terms of her body and her depth and her spring that she has to her rib. She's good down through her top, and she's level out through her hip. She gets around the ring relatively free and easy, and one that's tidy enough up through her front 1/3 for us today, one that we like quite well. The heifer that's in second, again, really nice in terms of her body depth and her capacity. She doesn't hinge together quite as nicely as the class winner through her shoulder. She's not as square and true and correct out through her hip and back through her tail head. But again, we think she's probably the soundest of the two that's left behind her, and an awfully good female. Big, stout, powerful individual comes in third, and one that you have to appreciate for her power and for her stoutness. But again, a female that has some body and some depth and capacity. She doesn't come out of her front knee quite as nice for us today when we compare her with the two heifers that are above her. She wants to lead with that knee just a little bit. We'd like to see a little bit more flex and mobility as she gets out and travels, but a good female. Then we end with a female again that just doesn't have as much in terms of body and depth, particularly back through her forerib, back through her flank. We'd like to see just that a little differently if we could, but a good female in a good class of females.
Well, here in the Shorthorns, we get into these December heifers of 4 really nice females in this particular class. Some differences as far as their birth weight, and I'll talk about the one when I get to that, but the rest of them are very, very comparable in their growth numbers and on down the line here. This heifer to lead off, boy, what an incredible look this one gives you from a profile standpoint. This young lady gets this one parked out here. She's real up-headed, long, extended in her front end, good in her chest, a heifer that puts a lot of really nice things together as far as the bone work that's underneath that one, and yet still can get out and go when you ask her to be on the move. Excellent, excellent kind of heifer. Not to take anything away from this heifer coming in second, because if you're going to just brood cow them, here's your brood cow of the 4 out here. This female is tremendous, and as far as the look of that, she has out here in that regard. But in comparison, that heifer gets a little bit deeper in her neck. She's a little more refined in her bone work, not the natural thickness that we've got in the heifer that walked out ahead of her. Then just a heifer, really a nice pattern, nice balanced heifer, real attractive, coming here in third. And you get that one in motion, she just gets a little bit shorter, and the way she gets out and travels, you just have to loosen her up in the way she flexes and goes. Then the young ladies have her really a nice look to this one as well. She wants to duck her pins just a little bit, and you ask that one to take off and go. Got a little more birth weight as compared to the rest of the class, but it's still not out of bounds. Female, you just like to see a little softer look to her in comparison to the rest of the class, but excellent from top to bottom in this December class.
Your results for Class 14 within your Shorthorn Winter Heifer Calves class. 4th place goes to entry 4721 from Adeline Vaughn. 3rd place, entry 4561 from John Allen, the 4th. 2nd place, entry 4625 from Colton Greenhorn. And your class winner was entry 4598 from Alyssa Carter. Within your Shorthorn show, we will now bring up Class 15. Class 15 has 2 entries within it. We'll have an entry from Reagan Easton and Jonna McCullough. This is the last class within the division. Results over to your Angus show. Results from Class 34. In 4th place, we had Bailey Dutra. 3rd place, Tucker Stagemeyer. 2nd place, Reese McKenzie Anderson. And your class winner was Olivia Jones. In the ring at this time for the Angus show is now Class 35. Within Class 35, we have entries from Jace Dickerson, Lauren Frederick, McKinley Reese Stoller, Simon Thorson, Michael Voloshin, and Rob Oakley.
Getting into these two Septembers, there's some gives and takes between these two heifers. You get them out here, end up going with this roan heifer. To me, she gives you a better look from the side when you get off on a profile of her. She's a little bit truer in her hip. She's a little leveler designed in that regard. A female that she's a little bit nicer down in her chest. A heifer, you'd really appreciate the amount of bone work that's underneath that one. I really like the freshness that this heifer comes to us in here. It ends up second, but she's not put together quite as nice. She's not as levelly designed out through her hip. She doesn't tie into her shoulder quite as nice up high in her body as what we've got in our class winner. Both females are very, very sound. You ask them to take off and go, and I really appreciate that about both of those females.
Your results for Class 15 of senior heifer calves in the Shorthorns. Second place, entry 4686 from Reagan Easton. Your class winner goes to entry 4563 from John McCullough. At this time, we will now bring back our class winners for our judge to select our champion and reserve champion senior heifer calves within the Shorthorn breed. Returning from class 14, we'll have entry 4598 in first place, Alyssa Carter. In second place, entry 4625 from Colton Greenhorn. And coming back from that last class, class 15, we have our first place entry 4563 from John McCullough. In entry 4686 in second place, Reagan Stone.
Really a good class of females over here, and again, a heifer that leads off the class with just really elegant in terms of her kind and her design, and the young man does an excellent job in getting her set up and getting her shown. And here's one again that just when you talk about sheer cow power, she certainly is in our opinion. Does she blow you away in any particular avenue? Probably not, but she's solid. She's solid in terms of her body and her shape and her kind. She's good down her top and good out her hip, and nice enough up through her front 1/3, and very sound and fluid as she gets out and travels. So congratulations. I think the heifer that fits her more in type and kind is the heifer that comes in second. And again, you like her body and her depth and her capacity. Maybe not the overall extension out through her front end. Maybe not quite as tidy in how she's presented through her hooks back through her pins. But again, a very sound, fluid moving kind of a female. The gentleman's heifer coming in third, again, you like her body and you like her depth and her spring that she has to her rib. She's made just a little differently than up through her front end, and she's carrying just a little bit lower brisket maybe in comparisons with those two above her. But here's an awfully good female again that has a world of good in terms of package from a body, a composition standpoint, and one that's awfully good. Heifer that comes at you next again is one that is stout in terms of her makeup, stout in terms of her rib shape, probably not as sound off of either end of her skeleton when we put them in motion compared to the ones above them, but a good class of females, particularly on the top end.
We're going to pick this senior heifer calf division here in the Shorthorns, and 4 really good representatives of the breed out here. The numbers that are attached to them, you have to be impressed with that because there are sure some differences there, but sure some things that you like about them as well. So, I mean, there's some really good positives. Phenotypically, I'm not going to tell you that they all look alike. They don't, but these are very, very high quality individuals out here. The 2 I like are the 2 that come out of this younger class. These Decembers, they're going to be your champion in reserve. Congratulations. Give them a nice hand.
Over in your Shorthorn show, your champion for your senior heifer division comes from Class 14. That is entry 4598 from Alyssa Carter. The reserve champion senior heifer calf also comes out of Class 14. That is going to be entry 4625 from Colton Greenhorn. In the ring at this time is our next class of Shorthorns. We have Class 18, which is our summer yearling females. We have a single entry within this class, entry 4654 from Alexa Lane.
What a single entry here. This August heifer, sure one that you gravitate to as far as the brood cow look to this one. Really soft made, easy doing, easy fleshing kind of female, it looks like to me. You get her in motion, she's flexible as you watch her go. You look at her numbers and, you know, good on her birth weight, well below breed average, but sure like to see a little more growth numbers in this particular female. But, you know, that's just nitpicking the numbers because phenotypically this one's really nice, has a lot to offer. Commend this young lady on a really nice female in this single entry.
A good class on the Angus side, and again, a logical place for Chuck and I to start. One that, again, when we talk throughout the day as they come out here, just find the better cattle, and she certainly to us is that. One that, again, you like her when you get off behind her and view her from a muscle standpoint. You like her body composition and her depth that she has to her ribs. She's adequately presented in terms of her cleanliness through her front end. One that tracks around the ring relatively easy. Good heifer that comes in second, and one that gets a little tubular in design only in comparisons with the class winner. Again, you like her up through her shoulder. You'd like to change her out through her hip and square her up, but again, a nice female. As we come back around with a bigger framed heifer that's coming in third, again, really a nice female in terms of her body. Probably a little heavy on her condition today, which it's starting to affect her through her front 1/3. She's packing a little too much brisket for us to get any higher today, but again, just in terms of body and depth and capacity, you like that one. The heifer that comes next gets a little tubular again in her design. We just like to spread her apart, see her deeper bodied. We'd like to fill her up from her forerib back through her flank to make her any higher in the class today.
Really stout June heifer in this single entry. Most impressive amount of muscle shape and natural thickness that this heifer has, and yet still looks really feminine and angular up through her front we've got out here.
Your results in your Angus show on Class 36. Fourth place goes to Cooper Mernon. Third place, Scarlett Carney. Second place, Bailey Dutra. And your class winner, Xander Sunsback. At this time, within your Angus
We're going to pick this intermediate division out here and share some things that are different about these two particular heifers. I talked about it in their classes, and you know, there's things positives about both of them. There's things you like about both of them, things you'd like to change, obviously, about both of them as well. But just by comparison out here, the female that I keep gravitating to as far as a condition standpoint, especially up high in her body, a little bit fresher individual in that regard, is this August heifer. She'll be your division champion, and the June will be reserved. Congratulations. Give these two young ladies a nice hand.
Over in your Shorthorn show, your intermediate champion female comes from Class 18. That is entry 4654 from Alexa Lane. The reserve being entry 4628 coming out of Class 19. That is Emma Helsinger.
Well, again, on the Angus side, another nice division as we've worked through the classes in this particular division, and we found cattle again that have a lot of quality. And as we've talked throughout the day, you know, this is our opinion today, but we've tried to select for cattle that had structural integrity, cattle with body and volume and rib shape, and had a nice Angus look about them. And obviously within this lineup, there's some differences in kind and design, if you will, but at the end of the day, I think they're all really, really good cattle that certainly deserve a look at this particular champion. Chuck and I, we've got a couple out here that we kind of like fairly well. We'll ask him to go out and show you those two now, and congratulations.
Your champion junior yearling comes out of Class 34. That is entry 3311 from Olivia Jones. Your reserve junior yearling for Division 1 comes out of Class 33. That is entry 3245 from Samia Wilt. At this time, we'll go ahead and clear our ring, and we will get set for Class 37. Class 37 will be part of our junior yearling Division 2. We will have 4 entries within Class 37. Over in your Shorthorn show, in the ring at this time is Class 22. These are early spring yearling females. Within Class 22, we have an entry from Cole Bruce, Cami Miller, Colton Greenhorn, Kaisa Ganna, Paige Parker, Jada Wood, and JC Stutzman. This is the last class and the only class for our early spring yearling females. So first and second within this class will become your champion and reserve champion early spring females.
Well, it's a nice class to end up with here in the Purebred Shorthorns. You look at their numbers, and yeah, sure, there's some differences out here, but it's not enough to make a placing difference. To me, sure, you've got some differences on BMI and how that all plays out, but you're just looking at them phenotypically. You can agree, don't agree. It doesn't really matter to me. I'm going to tell you why I placed them the way I did, and especially these first two is because of freshness, how fresh they are condition-wise, especially up high in their body. And when you really get to talking about these first two, it's a heifer that's winning this class on her chest. I mean, that heifer is incredible that way and still have that much to her. The overall power in her, the muscle in her, super, super sound when you ask that one to take off and go. And she is by far, of the first three, the nicest neck, the most angular and feminine in that regard of the first three in this class. Great class winner, division champion as well. Excellent, excellent kind of heifer. This one here in second, if you could just blow this one up from her hip back, there's just not enough muscle shape in her to compete with that heifer that walked out ahead of her, but beautiful from her hip forward as far as the cow look to her, the brood cow look to her, sound as you ask that one to go. Gets just a little bit deeper in her chest. Same goes with the heifer coming here in three. This female in three, to me, is just a little bit staler looking than what we've got in the first two, but real massive. There's no doubt a big, big individual as far as overall power and muscle and shape in that one. Just like to tone that one down as far as her condition from one end to the other. Same with this heifer coming out next. You like the overall muscle shape in her. Heifer that gets a little bit more chest in her than I prefer. Doesn't just get out there and go when you ask her to as well. You just like to see her move with a little more freedom in that regard. Real good looking one here, this white roan. You love this female from her shoulders forward, so unique and so feminine, but from their back, there's not enough heifer there to get her any higher in my mind in this particular class. You do have a little bit more heifer coming here next as far as muscle than what we've got in the white one, but she's not put together quite as good for me. Right there in her forerib and how it hooks to her shoulder, gets a little bit piecier looking, a little bit plainer looking up through her head and front end. Then young lady's heifer that comes in behind her, really nice, doing kind of female, good in that regard, very no doubt going to make an excellent brood cow when you get to that point. Just like to level this one up in her overall makeup, pretty this one up, give her a little more silhouette look to her out here, but excellent class and division to end up with here in the Purebred Shorthorn Show.
On the Angus side, a really nice class again, as we've said throughout the day, and maybe not one out here that just kind of blows you away just in terms of a lot of different factors, but the class winner, we believe, is just pretty fault-free. She's one that certainly shows you a nice maternal look in terms of her rib cage. It's a female that blends fairly nicely from her shoulder back down through her heart, and we think that's where she probably excels over the heifer that stands right behind her. Really kind of a nice female that when you get her out in the move, you really appreciate her for what she is. Good heifer that's coming out in second, and again, one that you like her body, you like her substance, the mass that she has, the thickness and muscling from behind. She opens up just a little bit right behind her shoulder and down through her heart. We'd probably like to change that about her just a little bit, but in terms of a stout featured one, nice built one, that one certainly is. The young man's heifer showed a lot of good heifers today, and this heifer's no slouch. Really good in terms of the straightness of her lines and in terms of her body. She's just a little too weak from behind her shoulders for us to get around those two in front of her, but I love the condition on her. I love where she's at in this stage of life, and one that certainly will go out and make a good productive cow. Good class females.
Over in your Shorthorn show ring. At this time, we now have all of our division winners returning for our judge to select our grand champion Shorthorn female. Coming out of our late spring heifer calf division, we have champion Sloan Reedy, reserve Alexa Turner. Coming out of our early spring heifer calf division, our champion Caroline Hubner, and reserve Riley Bevins. Coming out of our junior heifer calf division, your champion Brittany Blankenship, and your reserve, Benjamin Allen. Coming out of your senior heifer calf division, champion Alyssa Carter, your reserve, Colton Greenhorn. Coming out of your intermediate division, your champion, Alexa Lane. The reserve, Emma Helsinger. And coming from the last division would be your early spring females, your champion, Colton Greenhorn, and the reserve being from J.C. Stutzman. These are your champion and reserve champions in contention for today's grand champion and reserve grand champion Shorthorn females.
Well, we're getting down to the end of this Shorthorn show, so I'll just make this quick. I really appreciate the opportunity to come and judge here at the National Western. There's nothing quite like it when you come here to Denver, and especially being able to evaluate cattle. And I thank the National Western and everyone that helps put this show on and take care of the people that like us that come, and they've done an exceptional job in that regard, taking care of me anyway, their hospitality, and it's just really appreciated. And then the Shorthorn Association and Monty and the board for asking me to do this, and I've thoroughly enjoyed it and so impressed with the quality that I've seen here in the Shorthorn show and in the numbers that are attached to them. It's really been a really good pleasure for me, and I'm truly honored to be able to be asked to do this. It really does mean a lot. And I really thoroughly enjoyed listening to Donnie and over there and watch him and Chuck do their thing in the Angus ring. It's really been cool to be able to do that. Rings side by side with those guys is the respect that I have for them and what they bring to this whole industry. But again, thank you very much. Thank these guys out here in the ring that's been helping out here. They've saved me a lot of steps. Their efforts are definitely appreciated. I'll go pick you a couple champions. Thank you very much. Give them a nice round of applause in the Shorthorn show.
Your grand champion Shorthorn female comes from your last division. That is entry 4626 from Colton Greenhorn. Rolling into consideration will be the reserve from that division from J.C. Stutzman.
Down today, but a really good class of females. And as Chuck said, you know, it's tough out here, and the water's gotten awful deep. And those of you sitting around ringside, you know, you can shuffle these heifers around any way you want. But, you know, I guess for us it came down to a few things, and we love the smoothness of the shoulder right behind the shoulder that the heifer that wins the class gives you. We love her body, her depth, the power that she has. Is she as clean down through her lower 1/3 as some of the ones out here? No, but in terms of